I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you. Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
We are happy to be here. Thank you so much for your patience. We have been waiting to get some SSVU action on the horizon. We are here with the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference here for the Esports Championships, all at LAN at Mount St. Mary's. Big shout out to Mount St. Mary's once again for being so awesome and providing the venue for this awesome competition. Now, Llama, you and I discussed this a little bit earlier. Day one, we were supposed to cover a little bit of the Super Smash Brothers, and now it's been running on the side stage for a little bit longer. However, we are now going to be having a lot of dang fun with the SSVU Crew Battle Championships on the line here in this finals.
Yeah, and it kind of went number 1 seed, number 2 seed, rode their way straight on through the regular season bracket and through the now playoff season bracket as they both find themselves in the finals. It is number 1 Iona versus number 2 Manhattan to try and hoist the trophy here at the end of the day, and we're playing 5-man crew battles. So lots of differences over the course of the series can happen, but Orbital, when you get into these crew battles, it often comes down to individual performances and step-up days from all your different players.
Oh, absolutely. You got to know who to send out as your starter, who's your anchor, and who's the in-between. Especially with 5, it's a little bit more arduous battle, and I definitely think it's a question of how strong are you going to be on your specific character. When it comes to 5, there might be some overlap of who's picking what. You know, we've talked to some, people, and you know, when we watch them fight it out, there is a very big chance of them just getting a little bit silly with it. We're diving on in, though. It's Iona University, as you said, versus Manhattan, and it is going to be an opening salvo. We got a little bit of speed rocking in here, as well as a fan favorite. We got the Tiger to fight.
I kind of like it. I mean, you get a lot of that early upfront damage. I like the powerful stage as well. You've got multiple of those different platforms to kind of jump around. So trying to set the tone, obviously, for Iona. They are this number 1 seed, so trying to build off some of that early damage, but it's 50% already built up on the other side.
Yep, I like it. Again, when it comes to this blade, it's always a little bit dangerous here. So a little bit of a knockback. My eyes are drawn here in town, and sitting the platforms disappearing means that gives Incineroar one of the best opportunities. So Argle, happy to kind of fight it out here. A little bit of a slow, but this is going to be a little bit of a dance. You're trying to get behind, and you're actually losing out in that advantage, trying to reset with that high ground. Is it going to work, though? Jump forward, not going to happen. So right now, 95, this is a KO threat range. Good, perfect, a block, but you're not getting close to that swordsman. Difficult times, though, as you're just not finding the right strikes.
You've got about a 30% advantage here, at least from the Incineroar side. And as they go shield for shield, again, Incineroar really wants to attack from the backside, trying to get those slides, those back throws, a big channel up towards the skyline as a chunk of 40% of damage. This is a meterage where you can get KO'd, and the first KO of the day is not something you want to have on your side. For Manhattan, they've got the lead. They've got the first stock take with a shot to the sky.
Yep, very, very nicely done. And I can only imagine it's going to continue. Really nice tap on the back end. And Kevo not enjoying this one. I mean, you're using that speed rune as often as possible, that speed spell, but it's just not really giving you a whole lot of leverage here. Every time you're taking a trade, it's always a difficult time. There's a good grab, though, and you're following through. Nice forward air to convert that stock as well, keeping it close.
1 for 1 here to start things out, and getting those KOs, getting those finishes are important, especially here in the crew battles. We'll talk about that on the final stock, where you don't really get that percentage check, where if you take somebody down at 100-0 and you win, there's a nice little punch straight to the face. That's going to put them up to 109%. But that match-to-match, you've got to be able to close it out, and that's exactly what Argyle is doing now.
I love it. The counter to back air is a signature of any Incineroar. It has one of the highest knocks and brutalizations, I gotta say. Really, really well done. Looking for a little bit more, though, as this is going to be a problem on the back end. Taps out, and again, for Argyle, you're in a really, really nice spot here. If you can kind of break on through the Shulk defense, Kevo will be in a really difficult position, ending off the starter with a 2-stock lead. Heading into the second player would be a dominating fashion right there.
Obviously, continuing that pressure, too, on the rest of the side of the team. You have an important best of 3 in front of you that is not just about this first set, but about being able to kind of set that momentum standard. So for Kevo, if you do drop this last stock, being able to bounce back in that next set is ever important, but a big punch is going to take him up to 88.
I mean, it's close. You can see the sparkles, but you need that hard finisher. A center stage knockback isn't enough on the clear. Shulk is actually surprisingly heavy with that sword and that ability to kind of weigh you down. That's giving him a chance at revenge. Smash available. If you can get some more damage down, that could be the knockout. And that's why you can see Argyle kind of dancing away from that factor. Difficult times ahead, as that's going to be a belly slam. Neutral air isn't enough to clear with the knockback. And then the down smash. Brutal move as Kevo is out, and Argyle keeps 2 alive.
What I really like there from Argyle is the ability to kind of juggle him, get behind him, do what Incineroar does best, and then obviously follow things up with kind of the poor landing of the Shulk. And that's going to be a nice start. You save away 2 stocks over into that next matchup, and it's a great start for the Incineroar player. They'll get a chance to do even more damage as that starter. And, you know, we were talking about that kind of starter to the anchor. Orbital, if you're kind of a coach, where are you putting your best players in the lineup?
So that's really tough. If it's my best individual performer, I'm normally chasing a little bit differently. There are some players that actively are better in all-around positions, but my best player, if I'm a coach, I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm sending you as the starter or the anchor. The reason being, if you start out strong, you have the best chance at getting the highest variety, and you can take out any type of opponent. You can knock down, you know, a good 3-6 stocks very quickly without any major rebuttal. It gives you the highest chance of getting away from bad matchups. The reason being, if you go second or third, in my opinion, you get a great counter in the character matchup, but then you are countered on the other side, and it leaves that leverage of you're more likely to only get 3, if that makes sense. Finally, though, the third position I would put them in is the anchor. If you want your good player to really secure that right job and ensure the match is going to go their way, you put them at anchor. No matter what, they're going to fight it out. But if I'm choosing, it's either, I would say, in the first or third position in there. I don't like leaving my best player to have to fight 9 stocks down.
Yeah, that's always a tough position to come back from, but I think that's possibly what may decide it. Obviously, we're talking about number 1, number 2 seed. They've definitely earned their right to be here, and at the very least, they're walking away with a top 2 finish as projected by those regular season seedings. And, you know, interestingly enough, when you talk about your best player, obviously, you know, maybe that first or last one on the anchor role, it's kind of interesting because usually series is, yes, they can be clutched up by that player, but they're usually decided by those middle 3, even if they aren't your best players, if you can earn those counters and earn those victories over your opponent.
It sounds really bad. And I hate saying this, but I think it's true for anyone that has played in crews. Your crew is determined by your weakest link. The reason being is if you drop just kind of 3 stocks in the middle, it's rough. So you're 100% correct. The series is usually defined on how well the second, third, and third. This is a little bit of an oddball in the MAAC though. 5-man crews is huge. The second, third, and fourth players tend to be the most important because if you drop too many stocks, you can create a very snowbally effect in there. You end up in a cascade of like, oh, it was only 1 stock difference. Well, now it's 2, now it's 3, now it's 4, and then all of a sudden your last player is like, this is a heavyweight. 100% you are correct, Llama. The middle ground players is very, very important. So when it comes to that, it's important to check not only the character they are running, but also the stage selection. If you need to give one of the heavier players a little bit more breathing room or get away with it, that's what you're looking for.
And obviously, you know, off the start, there's a 2-stock advantage going over to the Incineroar. The question is, can you transfer that into some of those possible counters waiting for you? Because that's really where it's won. If you can win that first one, and like you said, take the second or even the third member down with those extra stocks that you built up from that first setup, that is something that can really start to roll things in. But it looks like the second players are ready to go here, so let's hop back in.
Ooh, okay, and is this another Shulk player? Okay, that's interesting. We know this is Cruz. 100% we know this is Cruz. The fact that this is going to be another Shulk out on the table is quite interesting. We have gotten confirmation as well. Manhattan are over there as that first seed, I believe you were talking about on that Incineroar. Another Shulk though means that for Argyle, you're actually really okay with this. You know how to beat this matchup.
And again, as a reminder, Argyle should have one less stock here. Didn't jump off the edge for that initial look. So we'll have to battle from that 2-stock deficit from that initial matchup. But yeah, you talk about the Shulker repeat going on through here. And again, just finding those backside shuffleboards and continuing to pump out the damage. A good combo back, though, from Kevo.
Really, really nice setup here. And it does feel like whoever's piloting Kevo, you're not enjoying this one too much. Now, I am watching here, a little bit of a roll forward, dance out on the back end, and a good grab. It does feel like for Kevo, who, remember, got the first stock, is huge, but that's going to be a little bit of a blunder, but you let him drop, what a call! Argyle actually lets the tag drop and surprises, I think, the likes of Kevo, who eats an up B as well.
I mean, just incredible concentration right now from this Incineroar player to even play off this low percentage. I think this is something where you're a mid-range to heavy character. You can get bumped off pretty easily, especially from some of those smashing abilities from Kev. And finding ways to survive now. Gets the reset over and the grab over towards the edge stage. Kev needs to get this finish as soon as possible.
Yeah, I really think getting that stock out is going to be huge. It's a detriment to kind of sit there and watch it kind of dwindle away. Otherwise, we are holding steady here, and I think this is going to be that problem. Good grab coming out, follow through off the stage, covering that ledge, but Argyle is able to get back into mistake coming out. Oh, Kevo! Kevo has C's on the end, and now it's Argyle in perfect prime position to take out the second player.
Whew. Bye-bye, though. There goes your stock, slammed off the edge, and that long range of the sword once again strikes. Getting to see Kevo start to find their groove here and really find their range. Real good combo there as he juggles them up for 65%. Manhattan University trying to play off of these stocks. Again, Argyle should have one left to go unless that first one was just a full button check of a match. Either way, them two still battling. Kevo's got to finish the job again faster than slower.
I think that's going to be the big call, as you said, and you see Kevo really reading that one, stepping into the role, bringing out that smash, looking for that finisher if they can. Good body block back. It's a little bit dangerous to play against. They're going to look for a little bit more on their own. So far, 5 stocks, though, for the Incineroar player, and it feels really good. Remember, you're playing with an extra borrowed time. Speed upwards as Kevo is trying to get in range here, but the Shulk is unable to convert. 55% on their lives, unable to find that last strike, and you're letting the Incineroar bounce right back. Chase the center stage, not going to be optimal. Looking for a side B grab here by Argyle, looking for that kind of ring throw out. If it's possible, that is huge. A lariat can be such a problem. Nice thing of the sword, plus a brutal forward air. And it looks like we might have gotten a full reset, as this is the call out. It will be a little bit of jump forward, and again, down to 1 stock apiece.
Yeah, so possibly just playing on this final stock. Looks like Manhattan and Iona trying to battle as this number 1 and 2 seed, and Kevo does not have a great health advantage. They're going to be kind of zoned out towards that edge. And it's just Argyle. If they can hold them off here on this Incineroar, blams them up to the sky, and that is game.
Solid stuff. Even if it wasn't reset, the Incineroar gets me really, really happy about that one. Beautiful work coming in here. And again, taking a victory once more. Now, we will need to get confirmation. This is a little bit surprising, right? Full run back, and we kind of understood, yeah, the Shulk is one player, Incineroar is another. I'm wondering what happened and what occurred right there, because that is a difficult slot. Whenever you talk about these stock differences, it's very, very important that the players keep track, and it is on them a little bit to keep track, as well as the judges, I'm sure, on the table. We need to get confirmation on that one, but either way, the Incineroar, they've done it once, they've done it twice. If they need to do it a third time, I'm sure they're going to be just fine with it. So my eyes are out for a little bit of the follow-through of the extra matches to come. Very, very excited.
I mean, getting to kind of look at what the starters look like, obviously, for both these two teams, and kind of the strength that they can show all throughout the day today, that Incineroar finding combos, finding pressure, finding angles, and finding the lead to start things off. For Iona, definitely have to put the pressure things on back as they will go back into stage selection here for this setup of the player number 2. Again, 5-player crews overall, so 15 stocks in total, and a best of 3 overall. So lots of head-to-head matches still to come.
Yep, it is going to be a big chance. And again, in the number 1, number 2, every stock matters. So I'm very, very excited. I think we are going to throw to a little bit of a break. We are getting confirmation. I'm guessing the teams are as well. It's a little bit sticky slot. We know the Incineroar won. Do not get me wrong. We know they won twice. So it's a very, very big question, so I think we're going to throw it over to a very short break just to make sure we're on top of things, because we want this grand finals of the MAAC to be as smooth as possible. And that means making sure competitive integrity is of the highest order. Please do not go anywhere. The mainstream here with grand finals 3 of 5 are running for your viewing pleasure. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months that I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. We appreciate all of you tuning in. Now, we do have to do a little bit of an apology. We here on the desk, we are just now figuring out exactly how the scoring goes. We do apologize about that one because the action has been so fierce. We were enthralled by the Incineroar's actions, but we do know the Incineroar has won that previous best of 3 Gladiator style over the Shulk. It was Iona to take the first set.
Yeah, so scoring differential is going to be the change instead of those traditional crew battles. So you do get those kind of 1v1s inside of the overall series. Does breed for a lot of fun. So for these two teams, obviously still battling it out for the championship, a lot on the line, and that does make things a little bit more intriguing. Instead of getting those counters, you're playing that 1v1 action and trying to go for those head-to-head battles. So yes, you can kind of slot in your different players at different spots, but at the same time, you've got to still be able to win those overall best of 3s.
Yeah, but it does give the strength of players a lot more of a margin. Now, remember when I was talking about the teams and crews is generally the weakest link will determine your matchup? Well, no, this actually changes things a lot. This changes things a lot more in favor of the strongest link because you know, as long as you sign up your best player, they will win their matchup. And as long as they win it convincingly, you are good. Where the shakeup comes in is I'm sure that the winning side, whoever won the previous set, will have to select their player blind. They will have to decide, send out a player, good luck, and then the counter comes through in the set determiner. So I'm very excited to see what Manhattan choose to go up against, depending on who is that player for Iona. And it looks like it is going to be a King DDD coming out here. I'm guessing MM is, of course, coming in for Iona. So good points all around. Wondering how this is going to work. We are 5-5. I do apologize. It looks like another set was played off, so we're actually tied on up here.
Yeah, so both teams, you get 2 for those set wins overall, and then along with the stock differential. So both teams kind of even things out with their initial start. We go into player number 3 for MM on this King DDD. There's a chance to play from this hammer side. You've got a lot of potential knockout damage. The problem is you've got to watch that limit bar on the other side, and Javi's kind of working it very well. Both players at risk of getting knocked out of the arena already.
I mean, that's what you do with the heavies. Very nice swing. Javi, beautiful shot number 1. And already getting a perfect block as well. Gets some extra damage down, rotating back in for the battle. But what a wind sweep. Sends out the spike ball into the blades, and the winds ain't going to help you there. Stock for stock on this game 1.
And that's important, right? It's not just about winning, but it's about how clean you win as well. So for both of these two players, they take an initial stock. For Javi, though, is dealing a lot of early damage, and that's going to build up the limit bar off of some of the damage they take. Has a lot of resources to work with, almost full on, and will hit that rainbow selection as MM gets slammed to the side. It's a big fly out. They'll barely stay alive, and they've got the recovery to grab the edge.
Yep, that's a tough one. This DDD might be heavy, but you're not heavy against 142. 158 is going to soar to the top. Pokemon Stadium 2 being the death crown for a lot of these players.
It's got some interesting platforms, of course, with those 2 kind of minor platforms to the left and right side. For MM, just trying to play the straight-up hammer swinging, but playing from its stock deficit here, though. The worst scenario is you lose this final stock, you lose 2-0 in this first setup of the best of 3, and then you have to work from a deficit in the rest of the series. The good news is, swinging with that hammer can do a ton of damage.
Yep, very, very nice strike, being able to stay in control. And for that hammer as well, DDD, one of the heavy hitters alongside DK and the rest, brings a lot of damage. If you roll, you do like 10% easy. It's a very striking difference here. But for Javi, about to do the same. Limit buildup ain't really going to work in your favor. Instead, that's a stock with a great snipe. Down to 1 apiece.
This is where it'll be decided. Obviously still best of 3, so still have at least 1 more map to go to between these 2 contestants. But the DDD is working out to build up some decent percentage, but that limit bar is getting to a dangerous spot for Manhattan. Can they find another
good grab? Really, really good grab, but you miscall. You tried to judge a back getup, and it ain't gonna work, so DDD lives for the moment. However, you're in a tough spot, 75 versus 144. Good swallow there. And now the hammer is built up. Good coverage as well. This poor Cloud, not in a great spot. Another grab, though. You might have given yourself the space. Limit Breaker is about set. And this DDD is not long for the world. What a read. Forward air will finish it. And that is Javi to come away with game number 1.
pushes it to the edge lines of it, but finds the one stock advantage. So a good start to the overall best of 3 between these two players. There's still a way to come back, though, and you do have to win those other 2 and try and fight through that stock differential. But it's going to be a close one between these two heavies. I think especially for Iona, kind of this tied-up scenario, both these two teams, number 1 and 2 seed overall. So this is what we expected after a little bit of action between the two.
Yeah, and it's a great start. I mean, Manhattan, again, when it comes to the point score, and I don't know if there's a best of 3 series or all, it might just be overall, setup there. I'm very, very curious if it works. I see an Iona bar ticking up, so if we're getting the right value, that's actually a big dub for that player. We might have had the sides a little bit wrong here. So I'm curious, that cloud might be making a difference for Iona here.
Finding that initial map 1 victory, it doesn't mean the series is over, but of course you get that +2 point differential from winning the set overall, and you only have to win 1 more map if you are Iona, but it's that stock differential you want to build upon. If you can get a 2 stock advantage going back into this next map, all of a sudden it changes the score back to a 10-5, it puts the pressure back on Manhattan, and with only 2 players left in the setup, it'd be a really tough comeback.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to sit down on this matchup at all, so I 100% agree. This is going to be a lot of fun. Again, for Iona coming in as the first seed, I do apologize. Manhattan, the ones kind of on the back foot. That DDD was doing a lot of work, though, and if you give credit where credit is due, if you're looking for the swings, maybe not going for the hard arcing smash attacks, going for a few more of those neutrals, that side A, the side neutral can be very, very powerful in keeping the cloud away. We didn't see as many limit breakers, so the DDD was doing well there. And then you play out the ledge. The snipes with the spike ball were really, really impactful, and then also body blocking a lot of those neutral bees coming out of the cloud as well. So a lot of good stuff, just needs a little extra to bounce them to a game win.
And I think from the other side as well, when you look at for Manhattan, still a very, very close map 1 overall, was using the hammer to create some of that space. You talked about the spike landings were there, but just was having trouble battling into that limit bar constantly, where they were doing some damage, they were letting that build up and get out of control, and then were unable to fight that alternate form. So now the question is, obviously, for Manhattan, can you win this map number 2? Can you force a map number 3 in this 1v1, and try and give yourself a chance to walk away with some points here in this third setup between these two teams?
Yep, and I wonder if we're also going to get a stage swap as well. This is now Pokemon Stadium twice that we've seen in both these sets, so I'm very, very curious if we are going to get a different stage. Of course, for the teams, they might just be very, very comfortable on here. Again, there are only so many stages to select from that are legal in the current format, so we'll see how it goes. It sounds like the teams might be ready to go on in our ears, so we'll see if it does change at the end, or maybe even a character swap as well. I'll be very, very curious if we're looking at a difference in... We're diving on, and we're taking a look. It is the cloud once more, so no. Probably no character swaps. Sticking with that cloud and the DDD. Might just be competitive integrity in there.
Sticking with what they got here, it looks like Manhattan will go back to that King DDD, and will go back to the dueling stage for these two. Obviously, the Cloud can close out the 1v1 series right here, earning the +2 bonus points that come with it. But the number 2 seeded Manhattan trying to fight their way in. If they can win this map, it can go to a map number 3 and start to turn on its head.
But already off to a rough start. Javi getting a very big handle. Remember, if you can hang on to more than just 1, you can put yourself even higher in that scoring position. You walk away with, maybe all 3, and it's huge. We'll see how it works. Right now, beautiful start at the beginning, really reading the center stage on small battlefield as well. It's a whole different story. The DDD doesn't have as far to run, but you can cover a lot more. It just means the Cloud, though, is more than willing to dash on in. There it is. Dash attack is good. And now at 119, this DDD, not long for this stock.
He is a heavy boy, and Cloud is very good at taking heavy boys out of the arena. Falling down, getting the grab just barely, and floating back up to make sure they can get it as well. You do have a big hammer and trying to work off of 158. Somehow survives still here. Working off that upper side platform and perfectly shielding to play that defense. A lot of damage built up here for the Manhattan player. How much more can you get?
Apparently not enough. As we said, multi-snipes doing wonders here. As it is going to be another punch back. Really, really nice job by the Manhattan side. As we said, the CDD has more damage than enough. There's going to be the neutral just being annoying. That neutral, by the way, and then spin of the hammer is brutal to deal with.
It's a tough one to follow up with, and it feels really bad with the snipe as well. just gonna try and toadstool jump on your face, and it is good for the second back-to-back stock takes.
I mean, that was beautiful. Whoever is a DDD player knew that when the Cloud got off stage, you had great ledge coverage, and you snipe away a second stock. All of a sudden, things are looking much worse for Javi here. Iona in a little bit of a struggle, but a very nice back air clips the head of DDD, and you bring it a little bit closer, but he's still working from a stock deficit. Not a great spot to be if you're Cloud.
Especially when you talk about the series differential as a whole. If Iona loses this kind of stock right now, it'd be down to a -1 for them. So Manhattan would get a little bit of a bonus. Moving things on, though, it is a very close percentage battle on this next stock.
But Javi really answering back here. Sniping away some of the HP, trying to set up a break, but it ain't gonna work, and now you're stuck on the ledge. You don't like to be there. Good roll to grab. Back here to set up on the other side of the stage. I really do appreciate this level from Javi, recognizing that you have to play almost perfectly, but there's the grab and a nice snipe backwards. This time the spike ball works against the DDD, but there's gonna be an up smash to finish. Clearing house. Well done by MM.
And that's a 2-stock advantage for them, so
Yep.
6-7, Manhattan will move their advantage back towards their side. And feeling out what this series is going to look like, this 1v1 will go back to a map number 3 to decide who gets those +2 bonus points for the overall Gladiator series advantage.
Yeah, the stage selection is starting to become very, very apparent, whether it's closer or farther away. But I want to give shout-outs again. DDD, MM, really making sure to know around that left side ledge. That was amazing. Right? Really containing that Cloud, making sure to know that the Cloud doesn't really have great reactions if you're that far off the side. Cloud is very good in the vertical recovery, not so great in the horizontal. You don't have ways to get back to the side like, say, a Zero Suit Samus does. So, push them out far enough, get that extra stock, kind of snipe that away and earn extra points for your team. Very well done.
I like the closeout as well. I mean, you talk about how long that first stock survived for DDD to build up all that damage to win that first initial 1v1 and then slam things back. Before we knew it, it was a 3v1 in stock count, even though the DDD was up to, what was it, 160, 170% and still found a way to survive. So those are the moments that really define a series with both of their third players coming out. This is where the tides can definitely turn for these top 2-seeded teams.
Fully expected to shift it in a different direction. Remember, this is our third player for both these squads. We did miss one of the actions, but of course the teams were very much raring to go, so I'm glad that we get to catch the back end of this matchup. All eyes looking forward, though. They have to play perfectly from here on out. This is going to be a 7-6 scoreline right now, and it is up to Manhattan, the number 2 seed, to maybe get one over Iona.
And it looks like we'll do just a slight score correction. Instead of that 5-5 that we thought it started with, we disregard all of that. It's actually what we saw. So the 5 earlier start is what the earning was for Iona, and then that first point went their way, and then the last 2 the other way. So 6-2 Iona will be the overall scoreline right now. This means we are in our second player for the overall series.
Yep. Okay. This makes a lot more sense, and it makes me very happy because, again, I liked what the Incineroar did. I'll be honest, I'm a big boy enjoyer on that side. I play Little Mac, which is a big boy in a little body, and means I lose like 9 out of 10 of my matches, so, you know, don't hold it against me in there. But I appreciate watching a lot of these heavies do work. The meta is generally dominated by a lot of the floaters, a lot more of the control technical factors using projectiles. I mean, we see Mega Mans, we see you know, a lot more of the fun stuff. I know Fox is still in there a little bit, but a lot more of the technical control backing around inside the SSBU meta. We don't see a lot of these heavies get a lot of love, I think, in the matchups. So I love that we're seeing that kind of come on out here in more ways than one. Big question, though, here into this game number 3. What stage are you going to? We went to Pokemon Stadium. We now went to Small Battlefield. Do we go back is going to be that big question.
I'm excited. I mean, for these two teams, obviously for Iona, the number 1 seed, they've got a lot to prove. And putting the pressure onto Manhattan. Manhattan answered, though, in that second game between these two players. And now we'll go down to a game 3. Winner gets the bonus 2 points. Iona, that could send them surging to the lead. For Manhattan, that is something they cannot have this early.
Big times abound. This is going to be a tough one. Pokemon Stadium really gave a calling to Javi. Javi was very much in control, spacing out onto that side and really used the entirety of the Pokemon Stadium platform to stay away from the DDD. I think that was what really gave him some excellence. Starting off strong though, but a little bit more brutal, by the way. Not so high of a percentage count. Instead, a little bit closer, only about 30 splitting between the two.
However, that limit bar once again available for the Iona player. Javi trying to work off of that, but trying not to go too into the pockets of the DDD as that shield does get refreshed. They lose about another 25% chunk of their overall setup, and that hammer just has not been able to land big enough shots to make it worth their while.
Of course, we're right back in that same position. Llama, I know the DDD has been here before. 123 on the percentage score. 137, you ain't down yet. We know some magic can get very, very silly. Javi needs to not get overexcited here. Tries to guess the timing. Unable to get it. Instead, gets pulverized right back off the stage. And then hammered away. 1-2 bye. That will be a great stock take by the DDD.
And again, same thing for Manhattan. How much more can you go? Well, I say that and you're dead. 2-2 here. A big ol' slam from Jaffe makes it even Steven here in game 3.
Another good catch. Javi starting to answer back in a good way. Remember, for this side, Iona is pretty dang happy about this one. But they want even more. They want to push a really, really nice lead. Will they get it, though? Is a big question. Oh, limit used and unfortunately missed. Good spike ball hit back, but it's a major source of damage gone. Of course, the DDD now feeling a little bit more emboldened to fight. Not going to find their mark. Instead, they have to float away.
A lot of early damage here in this stock. That's been kind of the story in all these different chapters. The long-range spinning hammer does connect, but for Javi, you don't really have the pressure on those side angles. You do get the recovery using the shield, getting slammed again. It's back-to-back-to-back hits, but Javi's got the finish, and it's back-to-back stock takes for the Cloud.
We're at the position once more. You were talking about that point scoring. Is this doable? Double up Bs. Javi really trying to get that blade working. You're at 94%. Good grab coming out here. MM looking for at least one more stock. Give yourself a good chance at a point. Will it work? You've already done well. There's the back air. Beautiful work. MM keeps it at 1-1.
Need to get some damage here early on this next stock, though, and using a large percentage of that shield early on in that duel. You go for a little bit of a face check, and Javi read it well, dodges away from the spike ball and only takes the 13. They get comboed out on the side angle, though, and Manhattan, again, 2 points on the line for this final stock take.
I think control over the center stage has been so paramount for both of these players. You can see it's where the grabs come out from. It's where the dashes come out from. It's all about fighting in that region. Very nice recovery with that limit break. You knew you had to get over the hump. That's exactly how MM was able to take a stock earlier. So a very nice recovery coming in from Javi. Back on the ledge, though, when you're trying to, there you go, reach back to center stage. Good block into grab, setting DDD back even more. And then the forward air to finish. No, you're still alive, MM. Climbing for the hills. Are you going to keep your life? Good grab back out. Javi now in the air and away. Another limit break, though, is broken on the face of DDD, who is trying to recover. Good breakout. Tried to go for the spike. Not going to happen. Oh, good finish at the end. Javi clears the 166 and gives Iona 3 more points.
A move up to 9 here after this second best of series, and Manhattan was able to at least steal away a game, and it was a good +2 game. But Iona was the ultimate victor, so walking away with that +3 point swing there at the end, the DDD responds with their own stage selection, comes back to Pokemon Stadium, and gets her done. So 2-0 so far for Iona. They've got a 9-2 lead after those 2 matches, and it's going to take some large comebacks now for the number 2 seed with their final 3 players to come back here in this first set.
Yeah, and remember, max of 8 points allowed in total if you're able to 2-0 sweep without dropping a single stock. So at some point, if we get to our 5th players and that point margin is not covered, it's going to be very, very dangerous. We'll see. 3rd players are abound. We've seen some heavies. We've seen some lighter characters. Let's see if there's going to be any sort of projectile characters kind of cover that weakness for either team. I'm looking at an Isabel. I'm looking at, a Mega Man. Those 2 in particular are some of my favorites for projectile covers and, making sure the stage is theirs.
Yeah, it's also interesting, a lot of those usual, like, S or S plus tier things that are usually seen across the meta. All right, well, we haven't seen them quite yet so much, but we are going to take just a short little break before we head into that third best of one, so don't go too far. The Super Smash Championships right here after this.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. 'Cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. like I am. Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life is colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
Game 3, or set 3, on our horizon. So far, Iona, the number 1 seed, coming in and making a storming remark about how they want to play, doing very, very well for themselves. And I'm wondering, if we're looking at Manhattan, how do they kind of come back from this one? Because it seems so far in the upper hand, they haven't really found good counters to some of the players coming up.
And the tough part, too, is those win margins are not small by any means for those first couple of players. It is going to be Providence bringing out the Cloud, and I'm Indian for the Donkey Kong, or the Diddy Kong on that side. So they are down 7. There is needing to be a pretty big comeback for them if they want to resurge back into this series. The third player from both teams, definitely a chance to still change it with 2 left to go, but it's going to be Providence with a lot of early damage.
Yeah, a lot of good damage on them, though, because Diddy is so good at generally being really, really annoying. Diddy is usually one of the more control combo-esque characters. He's very light, but you know, it's dangerous to play against. You slip up once, you get caught, and all of a sudden, you're just in trouble. You get comboed out for about 20 to 25. Good knockback, good coverage across the stage, and also has good projectile and recovery. Like, you're an all-around decent character. It's just damage format-wise, if you get hit once or twice, you are kind of gone. It is a very light character on their feet, and for Cloud, one of the better matchups if you can catch the deity itself.
Yeah, that's the question of catching him. I feel like hasn't been able to catch this Manhattan player. Providence finally will get a burst of damage, and those long-range blade flares do find some extra burst, but it's that edge guarding right now that's available for the DK, and pressuring is all it takes to shut down that shield, get a combo to the sky, and put everything to follow.
Yeah, it does feel like that for Providence, the second Cloud player for Iona, which is kind of surprising, I will say. You're also looking very comfortable. Really nice stall out. Solid performance here to take out stock number 1. So far in a good position after rounding back after losing, what was it, an early 40. Taking the first stock means that the second taken back is more expected in there. So doing okay. An immediate drop into the power slash. Well done.
Interesting enough, as we head here into the second stock again, kind of a best of 3 inside of the series. 2 points for the overall take, and I think for Iona, the only thing they want to do right now is extend their lead. Winning the series is, obviously those +2 bonus points are important, but also keeping the initial 1v1s close as well. I think both teams have tried to done a good job of that, and Iona definitely got the better of it so far. Providence, a heck of a lead, 50% here with a couple good slashes.
Yeah, I like it. So far, I'm Indian, not enjoying what's going down right now. Might be in some struggles. That's the chase. Dash attack lands you in a little bit of hot water and trying to get back to the stage. Yeah, that's a brutal shellacking once more. Well done on Providence on that edge guard.
Second stock take is theirs. Now the question is, can you push the effort even more to find this last stock with 77%? Sometimes Cloud can struggle with a little bit of those KOs, but with this lighter character you talked about, it can send them out of the arena if you can land those big combos. Both players kind of dealing with the range differential that both of them have, and the DK right now with those long dashing hits is able to build up some good damage on Providence.
I mean, for Providence's sake, though, you're just trying to get this last stock. If you're able to do so, you're good. Oh, banana slip, immediate setup. That's what I was talking about as well. Being very, very annoying and cheeky The Diddy is so good at kind of disrupting combos back. Another banana toss, but the banana grab now and thrown back into your face. Tough spot to be in, as that's going to be another fight. Good back here on that setup. Strong foot to the face, and another side punch. Beautiful tilt. Well done on I'm Indian, able to bring it down to a one stock piece.
The damage still persists, though, and this is a chance for Iona to close things out, to try and get things done, and try and put this one up into a +1 scenario. And taking those games, vastly important in those best of threes, but the problem is Providence has blown their damage lead. They find a good combo for about 20% with the shuffling of the sword.
And now you're in stock threat. You're well in position here. Up B to cover. Once again, tries an up smash. Not going to land. Gives time for Diddy to roll on out with the grab. All through on the forward B. Not going to find any magic. And instead, you set yourself up for a potential KO. Providence takes advantage of a very large gap in the strikes. And just like the stock before, we'll finish it off. Providence getting 1 point for Iona.
Upward slam there, finishes the job and wins it by just a 1 stock differential. So, nice little start to the series, nice little job in the 1v1s. They haven't lost an isolated best of 3 yet, but the other problem is closing things out for Manhattan isn't just one thing, but taking those stocks and taking them cleanly has been a struggle. So, coming back, this is almost exactly the halfway point of the series as a whole. This is a chance where you've got to start to turn things around.
Very, very important to kind of get your victory in there. Good stuff, though, again, from Providence to bounce back. We saw the earlier kind of, I want to say, hesitation when it came to finding out if the Diddy was going to be really annoying or not and how to play against the kind of this faster tempo style. I don't think you were really expecting the Diddy, but maybe watching back in the semifinals, you did know it was coming. Remember, this was a day 1 performance. We saw a lot of the smash going on at that time as well through day 2, so the players do have good information knowledge of, you know, what kind of characters are coming out, just not what order. So I do appreciate the fact that Providence took a little bit longer kind of getting back in tune of how they want to play this matchup, but as soon as that second stock rolled around, they were set.
And honestly, even if you were reading what they were bringing from the semifinals, maybe it was just a bunch of clouds that they were throwing at you time and time again, like a bad rainstorm in the Midwest here. And obviously for these teams, coming back from this is what we talked about is the most important, but I think also for Manhattan, just trying to find some of their advantages where they've had a couple percentage advantages that have disappeared into thin air throughout the course of this series. And, you know, that is props to the credit of the #1 team. At the same time, those are leads that are going to cost you the series and maybe even a championship medal if you're not able to capitalize on them.
100%. So taking a look at it, I'm Indian on that Diddy. Gonna try their best to go ahead and take another victory home. It's all about which stage you're going to look at here. I'm kind of curious where they decide to play. Pokemon Stadium 2 has been used quite a bit, but if I'm the Diddy player, I'm almost wondering if I want to go to Battlefield itself or maybe over to Town and City. I believe the stage changing might bring about enough variety that you're able to kind of bully out the Cloud and use the platforms to your advantage. So that might be an option. I think we're still waiting on stage strikes.
Yeah, obviously for these two teams, you get to get that advantage of pick where you're going if you lose. There's always that silver lining, kind of like we talked about in the Overwatch selection, and that can really turn the tide. If you've been practicing, if you know the strengths of your own pick, and you can kind of, like you said, play towards those small arenas if you're trying to zone them out, or if you play towards those wider ones where you have more of that range, that can really decide where things go.
Looks like they're just back to Pokemon Stadium, no difference. Stage Strike saying, okay, I don't want to deal with this and this, and best option was Pokemon Stadium 2. Cloud back out. And for Providence, it's right back into the mix. Let's see if Iona can maintain. They're already in double-digit point scoring range. Let's see if they can continue. Remember, 8 is the mark. We head into that 4th with a margin larger than that and see it end with Iona victory. Manhattan won't have a way to come back into this game, and they'll have to look at the 2nd to try and take a set, pushing us to a 3rd. A lot of numbers running it through your head. Don't worry, we'll keep you updated on every single scoreline.
Sets, matches, games, whatever. It's just some good collegiate Super Smash here to try and crown ourselves a victor. Indian had, again, a good lead on Providence, but they've already built up that limit break bar, and that lasting for about 15 seconds will help them deal a ton of damage. But as that expires, you do get the DK that can kind of go for more of those dash attacks, flying through the air to be able to build up that 80% and just barely getting back to grab that ledge.
Like what we're seeing here, good little drop in. Providence waiting for a moment to chase. Got caught out early, and once again, I'm India with a little bit faster out of the gate moments. Right now, though, this is a difference. Dangerous spot. 86 is enough, but I'm Indian trying to do a little bit of edge guarding. Not going to have it, though. Cloud able to get back up, and instead you eat a three-piece combo into the up smash, and Diddy is a little bit too light. Well done, stock 1 to Providence.
And that's how we got him out on the last set. Now gets him out, or the last map, and got him out here on this one too, but it's immediately equalized. And Indian has done a really good job of at least keeping things close and bringing it back to a 2-2 set solidification.
I like it. Again, for a team that has 2 Cloud mains and maybe a third in the back pocket, this is very impressive. I give them a lot of credit. Having very, very play styles as well. Granted, I mean, you want the dash in, you want the limit break and all that fun stuff. It's a little bit surprising to see, and I give them some fun credit there. By the way, I believe this is also a couple different stances here. We saw the Shulk earlier, so it might just be a Day of Swordsman across all the matches.
That's very true as well. I mean, imagine if there wasn't just 2 Clouds, if there was more waiting in the wings after this one, like you said.
A third Cloud main!
A third. No, don't stop there. Give me 4 of them here for the rest of the team. It's like, who are you facing next? A Cloud. Who are you facing after that? Another Cloud. And it's just infinite ones of those. Speaking of the Cloud, has that limit break available here, and Indian has got to be careful at 135%.
So funny story, the Incineroar also plays Cloud, but chose not to, just to have a little bit of variety in there. Decided, hey, listen, I don't want to see 5 Clouds in one. That's going to be Providence, slamming away another stock, 135 on their meter. And they're saying, okay, percentage bar is a whole different story. Good response back from I'm Indian. Able to go ahead and keep it close, meaning that the max number extra points Iona can score here is 3.
But they could close out this 1v1. And for Indian, you cannot give them that chance. Just grabs onto the face here, but a quick toss and throw will give the damage booster the other way. I like the aerial offense, though. Both these 2 players not necessarily battling for the traditional low ground. They're kind of battling for a different setup here in this map number 2.
Yeah, definitely trying to keep themselves in pace. Good coverage again. The edge guard coming in from this Cloud is so good. Even with the roll up, Indian eats a little bit too much damage there. And the Diddy is at 97%. One last shot can do it. Good grab and toss, though. Setup's coming in, but a nice high jump. Lands you in throw range once more. Trying to cover, but that banana does a little bit too much work, and you're gone! I'm Indian, taking the game 2 in the set.
What a combo there on the edge guard. Pressures it in. Manhattan University find their first point in this 1v1. It is just a single point, but every single point matters, and that will send it back to a map number 3 between these 2 players. We'll have to see if the Cloud can get it done and do exactly what their teammate did in that last matchup overall. Again, if Ionia wins this overall best of 3 between these 2 players, the boost in points would be phenomenal, and Manhattan would only have 2 players left to go to try and cut into it.
Yeah, I think a cut of 10 points difference would be very, very rough to deal with. I think that's the natural amount that you're getting here. No, actually, it's a 1 over. Yes, it would be. It would be a 10 if you win for Providence. So maybe that's what they're talking about. And I really don't think it was that problematic that they lost. I think Providence giving a lot of respect over to I'm Indian. I'm Indian has been playing a very fast-paced game, very, very difficult to keep up with. So it's natural that for the Diddy, especially on those edge guards, you can't really work your way back out. It's just a difficult spot to be in to track, and there's so many projectiles, the banana, plus a few of those peanuts if you throw them out. It's harsh.
It's a lot of things to keep visually in mind, and going back into map selection here for map number 3 between these 2 players. The number 1 seeded Iona still with a good advantage. Again, this is kind of a good format, though, for individualism and seeing those breakout 1v1s, but also, Orbital, you talk about the entire team in total. For Iona, the reason they're number one is they've had the most clean and well-rounded team across the regular season, so it's showing up here today.
100%. They are looking better and better. And with students, it's always kind of interesting, when they come into these matches, it's always very impressive what they can do and how they can perform, not only in the tournaments, but also in running gaming events. Student-run gaming events are the heartbeat of college esports, and because of that, that's where friendships form, rivalries spark, and future leaders take the stage. One of our other sponsors here today, Rally Cry's College Event Support Program, is built to amplify that energy, helping campus organizers transform local tournaments, watch parties, as well as regional events into unforgettable experiences with support from partners like the United States Space Force. Please go ahead and scan that QR code, or we'll go ahead and put a little bit of a link inside the chat and more to go ahead and figure out what's going on and keep up with all the events. You can always go above. If you're ready to take your next step beyond the games, start your future today at spaceforce.com.
Yeah, I mean, go check it out. I mean, there's a lot of cool opportunities. You think maybe, okay, you don't have to be just an astronaut. There's all different types of careers. And, for the Space Force, giving them a lot of credit, them, NASA, combined kind of force, getting the Artemis 2 mission wrapped around the moon, definitely fun and awesome for the future of humanity.
Very, very exciting. Be part of those next missions and, see if you can make that difference in there as well. However, when it comes to these events, we do appreciate them for allowing us to put on this competition, give a home for a lot of these competitors that have played throughout the season. Spent a lot of their weeks grinding away at the game, playing, losing, winning, getting excited, learning if they lose. A lot goes into these, and they deserve a proper stage, which is what we're seeing here.
And today is not done by any means after Smash is over, Orbital. It's kind of actually just starting. I know we had our Overwatch semifinals earlier today. We've got Super Smash happening now, but for the rest of the schedule, we've got Rocket League finals and Overwatch finals here on the mainstream. And on our side stream, we've got League of Legends going on right now, and then Valorant as our number 2. So 5 different titles, 5 different champions across this weekend, and crowning them before they head home.
Yeah, shout out to both Rare Adam as well as Ravaging Ravish, both of their voices carrying on talking about those matchups over there, and also crowning MVPs, which we are excited to talk about, which reminds me, I want to go back to, for the Overwatch side, I wanted to mention that if we're in the running here, I want you to keep your eyes out for Dax, because if we get to see Maris win the entire thing, I don't care what anyone says, I don't care who shows up in that last one, it's going to be Dax for me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we watched Maris take a really good victory earlier today, and they looked like they were playing good. They've already upset a few teams on their way here, at least through the regular season, and now as the number 3 seed making it to the playoffs. So that one's going to be fun. I think Rocket League as well, getting to see that Fairfield versus Quinnipiac number 1 versus number 2 will be good. But back to our number 1 versus number 2 seed matchup here in Smash. It's a map number 3 between Providence and Indiana.
Yeah, a little bit of the town brought into favorability, but I think that's a stable stage, so instead of the moving platforms as the center stage, a little bit more reminiscent of Hollow Bastion, so this is going to be a little bit of a spark here. I'm very interested because this does neutralize, I think, a lot of the game that Aditi would like to run. One of the big things is they like to use those platform drop-downs, be able to create a little bit of vertical angling. Instead, you're now forced into hard drop-downs, and for the Cloud, it's a lot of outs. Extra, you now have the whole center stage in case you get knocked up. You can roll, you can dodge, and get away from a lot.
It feels like there's not a lot of space for those projectiles to land. You kind of have to either play them at close range and those punishes can come in. Limit Break is available for Providence, but the damage is good from Indiana. A nice little upward take off of that ledge guard. You do have to put the pressure in early if you are Providence to try and grab some of those extra points. If you are Manhattan, you would love to take a 2 or 3 stock advantage, but it doesn't look like that's happening here.
I mean, every single game so far has gone down to the wire, so I wouldn't expect anything different. Head-to-head, loses out on the side of I'm Indian, down to 147. Trying to cover with that up B, but you put yourself in a precarious position. The frames that you lose there are rough. Now looking at that forward air, looking to chase out. What a boost! Spike with the barrel run. Well done.
That's an incredible way to get it done, too. I mean, look at the damage. I'm Indian up to 180. You finally get slammed away, and it feels like that's been how the finisher has gone 3 or 4 times now for Providence. Always getting the selection to end it. Manhattan back into a 2-2 setup, and again, losing their early percentage lead that they built up from that stock take. They're already down minus 50%.
Yep. Not a great spot to be in. And for the Diddy, you don't want to go down a stock that evenly, or that unevenly, I should say. You've been doing really, really well keeping the stock count close. Whenever a stock goes down, it's usually answered right back, which keeps the game at an even state. However, a double neutral B, that's huge from Providence, just saying, I know you're going to roll. I know you're going to try and get behind me, so I keep the damage high. 73% though, this is doable. The Diddy has to be very, very careful. Lost the banana earlier, so Providence picks that up, tosses off the stage side. Said no dice for the combinations for you.
120% here from Indian. They were able to come back and yoink a stock last time around. They get a nice little throw off the ledge here. Doesn't land the banana. A good job from Providence to dodge away from some of those projectiles. But this could be the decider right here, and Indian cannot survive off the sideways hit. Manhattan down to just one stock for this player.
I love that call, and then immediate read afterwards. You knew Indian is going to try and use their percentage clean slate to dash on in, try and get a combo rolling. Instead, you meet them with a neutral B and slow down their pacing. Limit currently set here. It'll do a lot of damage, but might not be that usage. Instead, it's a defensive get back, but great defense again. Indian with the back here is continuing to be an annoyance. And once again, the Cloud Force too far away. No extra limit break to stay alive. Great play by the Diddy.
Puts it back to a 1v1, and a huge extra 2 bonus points is on the line here. And Manhattan, they need it more than anything. This could cut the lead down to 4 with the victory, and the damage is so good. Providence down to 70% already, and Indian looking for the closer.
They are down to 74 and up in fears of losing this game. Gotta be a little bit scared overall if you are the reason your team loses a lead. Nobody likes that one. The number 1 seed, knowing how strong Manhattan can be. No, you don't get back with a barrel. It hurts so bad, but Indian falls prey. And that will be Iona to take this set.
Both players having a mistake where they just couldn't quite reach the ledge. And it cost both of them a KO. And Iona University will close out that 1v1 with a bonus plus 2 points, so they'll move to 13-3. They'll bring the advantage to 10, but Orbital, that's a 6-point swing, right? That could have been 10-6 all of a sudden the other way, so already Iona trying to prove their worth in these game 3s. They've won 2 of them now, and their lead is starting to become immaculate.
I think as well for them, they understand and respect the power that can come out of Manhattan. Again, this is the slated matchup that we expected. Number 1 seed, number 2 seed. So high respect handed to both players. So I am wondering, I don't know who the best player on the side of Manhattan is. I do wonder if they're yet to really show up yet. So if we get the best player, this is still doable. Again, these last 2, though, are very, very important. The max number of points you are allowed to earn in any of these matchups, any of these sets, is 8. If you 3-0 game 1, if you 3-0 game 2, you will take 6 plus the series count. If this 4th game drives anything close to a point margin, a 2-point margin or anything, it's done.
Yeah, that's the tough part. Even winning a 2-0 at a 1-stock advantage is not enough for you 2 players. It has to be better than that at this point for Manhattan. And as the number 2 seed, they've got a lot of pressure on them to, make it towards this point, but also try and find that upset. A kind of rematch from this regular season for these 2 teams, and Iona looking like the best, but that could change very quickly. You talk about every single player having to step up, and these final 2 players, who knows? Maybe it is 2 of their lower skilled players, but knowing Iona being the number 1 seed, they're going to bring out some firepower, and you've got to be able to battle into it. You've got to win by an average of more than 5 points in each series. It's a tough ask for Manhattan, but I've seen crazier happen.
Yeah, we've seen teams step up, and to give credit where credit is due, again, that Diddy was very close to doing it. It was coming down to that 1 hit. Only games 1 and 2, I think, had a lot spicier travel in there, or the opening sets, I should say. That's what you're looking at. So in the point scoring, I do believe that we are going to see the opportunities abound. It's just what characters are they going to select? I'm wondering if we are going to go another chance and a half, but either way, we're waiting for the players to decide. This is where a lot of that ideal macro strategy. Who are we going to send out? Who do we expect them to send? That's where this comes into play. We are going to go to a short break to give the players a chance to decide who they decide to go for and who is going to round out this set 4. So don't go anywhere. The grand finals of the SSBU side of the bracket will continue in just a bit. Just a little break to breathe, but the players this time were more than ready as we get a little bit of spark. Robin before the Fist of Fury himself, a Terry to play. Huge shift from the Swordsman, but the Swordsman's on the other side, of course.
Yeah, the Swordsman is there, and talk about some early damage. Numerology already down to 70% here, as that Swords combo can be deadly. And for Terry, it's a character that does struggle with getting kind of lifted into the air, doesn't have a lot of reset ability, so does find some damage back though. And Terry has some good go buttons, literally and metaphorically.
What a beauty of a snipe as well, though. Even in the recovery, yeah, you don't have that great chance, but when you do, you can body block an opponent. And for the Robin, that was very much a near miss, but the stage of Pokemon Stadium 2 puts you under duress, and you hit the bottom side of the stage and lose a stock.
It's a tough one to lose early, especially for the damage comeback that you built. And for Iona, they have been delivering time after time again, so Numerology needs to step up here. This is the risky scenario we talk about. If you don't keep the stocks close, if you let them get some sort of a 2-0, a 3-0, that is what can ruin and spoil this lead for the rest of your team.
Gotta be real careful. We are seeing that percentage go up, and a nice twister sends poor Robin sky high. And with the Robin, it's a lot more combination. It's such a nice mixture of the spells. But you can see the buildup. It's getting a little bit weaker in there, and I'm not sure if you're enjoying what's going down right now. You're getting bullied out on this second stock, and it's already a little bit of flare. Good fire triple into a free at the end. I'm so sorry I did not respect you, Robin. I did not know your game.
I mean, that was insane. The combos are so good at the setup. Has to be right now. I mean, maybe this is their anchor player that they're sending out just so they don't get eliminated based on score here in this overall set between the two teams. Manhattan University is here to play, and they need this final stock off of Numerology if they want any chance to try and come back here in this series.
I mean, this is a fire and a half here. Crazy stuff. It looks like we are getting word. Yeah, this is very, very dangerous. 17 is the magic number that they're looking for. And that's what they're hoping to get. Quick little punch off to the side, though. Numerology getting caught. Well played by the Robin. It looks like Robin has done it. No! What a solid back. Numerology able to stay safe. It looks like the power blows are real, but another spiral upwards. Numerology keeps it closer and closer. One stock apiece.
Nice little splat on the backboard here. I wonder what Numerology can do. Again, a lot of what Terry's kit is based off of is can you survive on that big percentage even after the damage? What a combo in the air.
I love it. Just like that, Numerology right back in control. No fancy combos here, just a fist to the face. Very nice DI coming in from Robin, though. And Dash doing their best. Another punch backwards, though. You are flying so high and you're trying to stay away. Another fist and an upward spiral. That will be the GG for game 1 as it gives Numerology 1 point.
That was a great back-to-back victory there. Just slices through everything, gets the job done, and Iona puts themselves up 14-3 here. Again, like you said, looking for 17 if they can close it out here would be the scoreline. Of course, at this point, it's going to take a reverse sweep, at least in this 1v1 for Manhattan, to try and fight their way back, and it's got to be bigger than, you know, just a one-stock advantage. The Terry, it comes back in swinging force, and Iona just doesn't feel like they have a weakness.
I mean, I'm just looking at this Terry, by the way. If that stage had been anything different, if we'd gone to, like, Kalos. I think that would have been fine. You would have had a 2-stock lead. Kalos with the long pillar underneath. It's a whole different story. And I mentioned it at the beginning of this day 3. You can't be making mistakes. Mistakes are what costs you championships. These are the best of the best. You have to keep everything very tight and close and make sure you are prepped for this day. Of course, it's not like Numerology was out of it. They're going into game 2, and I fully expect them to be more than ready for what's to come. That Robin looked a little bit shell-shocked after some of those combos.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to escape those. You don't really have any protective tools other than just, okay, land your shield at the right time, or you're going to lose 25% to 35% of your overall health bar. And I think that Terry knows that they can survive on the higher percentages they have. A lot of those KO blows, and they were able to work the matchup really well. Obviously, what's on the line now for Iona, they win one more of these maps in this best of 3. They not only find the stock victory, but they'll also find the overall set victory, which will put them on enough points to take the overall matchup victory between these two teams.
Yeah, I will say for Dash, one of the big things that I want to give them really high praise for, they were able to use that fireball to really good effect. The multi-hit combo with that fireball at about 50% rolled up onto the Pokemon Stadium 2 side, onto the top platform, into the up smash. That's a very tricky combo to pull off and very difficult to be an annoyance for. So for the Terry, that was a surprise. We are looking and diving on in. Let's see what they can do. Iona on 14. This win with 1 stock would give them the set point, and we would be moving into the second to see if things would change. But for Manhattan, it's your final life.
Can't give anything off, and you've got to win it cleanly. I think the damage that Terry provides, it is just so easy to spiral against it. And you can see it there, 50 to 60 to 80, landing the aerials. It is incredible combos right now. Numerology just doesn't feel like they miss. And that extra little bit of range that the swords give you just are not helping out Dash at this point. Manhattan on the ropes.
And there's a catch. Good grab, good throw. One of the big things for a Terry, if you catch an opponent in awkward position, you can break out a really nice Dragon Strike combo. You can take your entire HP bar so quickly. Numerology, I don't think has really been going for it because it can leave you very vulnerable if you're in the middle of a rotation. If you're in the middle of the combo, you just kind of lose out on your HP and on your percentages. So that's why you're just going for one singular powerful strike. Ground pound is there, but there it is! Combo strike to ground. It is going to be stock out.
I mean, not even on the go for Numerology. Just finding the stocks early. And now the question is, how much can you do off of the go? 100% built up. No falling off the edge this time, but the flames are going to land, like you mentioned. Big old kick, big old dash, lands back to the edge, but the edge guarding is so much better.
I mean, I'm liking it here. Good follow through. Grabbing that sword, trying to reset a lot of those spells. When Ramen's out of spells, it's a painful spot to be in. That's with a good slash as well. Terry is ready to go, but a nice little snipe on the HP. Gonna be a problem. The percentage is going up 151, and you want to use that go, but it's read by Dash, and Numerology gets it in the head. Tough time, stock down.
2-2 though. All this does is benefit Iona, who is still in the sight line of victory. A single best of 1 is all that will change things for them. They've got 2 chances in 2 initial best of 1s, and this overall best of 3 to try and take the series as a whole. You can't make any mistakes now. You gotta lock in, no jitters at this point with 100% already built up. It is incredible combos that keep the guard on going.
I mean, just the Dragon Rush is annoying to deal with at the least. Another spiral, though, will lift Robin to the skies. 144 isn't enough, but another single combo, and you reach for it! Nice dash into the face. That right hand is destructive for Numerology.
Incredibly matching. It's going to be good damage, at least from the start of this first stock. But this first stock has to be perfect, excuse me. It's got to get 2. It's got to get back-to-back ones. And with that go, Always Dangerous tries to go for the offstage performance to knock him out with a footstool. But this time around, it is the perfect read from Numerology to take back mid-position and fight from there.
Wrong turn on the side, but a meeting of the minds as Robin plays on the edge of danger. There's going to be a knockback. 50-50 sends it in favor of Dash. You're at 66%. A stray errant hit could be your doom if you are not careful. For Numerology, though, dancing straight into the damage, straight into electricity, you don't like that.
don't love giving away that free damage. I mean, look at the percentage. It's already back to even here. We know Numerology has got those combos and has got those finishers. Every single player of Iona has been able to close out their series, and it might be the same here. Big ol' damage to the side, but it's just enough. The dashing lightning is good, and we're going to a map 3.
I love it. Manhattan proving why they are the number 2. Keeping each match close. Beautiful work there, and I can only expect it to continue onwards. The Robin at the last moment pulled out a lot of streaks, and again it goes back. I think Numerology got a little bit anxious, started to go a little bit faster, was trying to end this set, and kind of got made a fool for it. Really well done by Dash to go, hey, I'm going to punish you for that over-aggression.
And honestly, it's a nice win, I will say, we're Manhattan, but they've got to push the issue just a little bit more. They need to get some 2-stock victories if they want to start to close the edge line and make it so that their final player doesn't have to go 6-0 up and the win overall. Iona kind of still in full control. They can still close out this first set between the two teams with just a map 3 win between this 1v1. That's all it takes, but at the same time, we could also go to that 5th and final player and see if it needs it.
I mean, that's the scary part. I'll be very interested to see if it happens. Taking a look here, though, for Numerology, what would we want to see change? I already said I want to see them temper that aggression a little bit. Don't get too antsy at the very end. But is there anything else you feel like they need to do to kind of come back into this?
I think that, like you said, temper the aggression a little bit. I also want to see a little bit more middle control. I think once we saw the Terry get inside that middle side of the stadium, that's where you can really start to put the pressure with some of those longer range bursts, those aerial combos, and then even trying forcing them off the edge to get those big smashes that often get those finishes. So I want to see a little bit more mid-side control, but it is just another 1-stock loss that you don't hate. At the same time, we will go back into selection once again. Manhattan has a chance to win their first set of the day. We'll see if they can do it at map number 3.
Yeah, I got to figure out a new terminology because it's set within set right now. I could say a set, series, and a marathon. I don't know. I'm deciding what I want to call it. But this is, honestly, I really, as a method, I love this idea because so many players are more used to a set count. That's how they play singles. That's how they play most of their 1v1 tournaments. And it gives them the best chance at really getting to play on an even footing. So I really do appreciate the MAAC for bringing it as close as they can in this crew battle. Let's see how it goes down as Dash is off to a little bit of a rough start, 60%, but bouncing back quite nicely.
Numerology doing a very good job of getting some early damage. We talk about tempering that aggression. Lands a nice combo downward there, building up to 100% in the bar. Just looking for those finishers. That's one of the other things for Numerology, finishing off those stocks as quick as possible. Dodges away from the fire, lands a great one of their own, and Iona's got the stock lead.
Fiverr ain't gonna do anything there. Read well by Numerology, something that we said they did so well before. Make sure the combos can work, but that's a read by Dash, sending out the Thunder. Making it a little bit dangerous on the Spice level. Remember what you said, Llama. Terry, don't have good recovery.
Definitely not. Always got to watch those sidelines of where you can recover and get back to that edge. Iona back to a 2-2. They've got the 80% advantage, though. Numerology in these early set of stocks just builds up really well, challenges the mana bar on the other side, and deals up to 100%. Again, it's not just got to be a win, it's got to be a very vicious win for Manhattan to try and make things easier for their final player. But right now, Numerology is just having their way with this matchup.
Let's see how this goes. It is going to be a little bit further away. Good wind dash back. Staple for any Robin to be able to redirect. That's a very nice block. Shield out for Numerology. And you're still in a good spot to take this stock and give yourself the best option in. Charge up here for Dash. Maybe not looking too smooth on it. You're trying to stay away from an air and strike, but in the mid ground, like you were talking about, the middle of the battlefield ain't going to work too well. Numerology kicked off to the side. That knockback was a whole different story, but a knockback in favor of Dash at 144.
One big hit is all it takes, and from Numerology, we've seen a lot of big finishers, but they have a rough scenario for themselves as well. Big aerial combo, and straight to the ceiling you go. That's the second stock take from Numerology. One more away from closing out the series.
I like it so far. Numerology playing at 104. Very, very doable to give Iona the first full set out of the Gladiator pits. We find it Thunder now being rotated too. You can take a look. Fire's almost gone as well. What a catch on the fist! Go button is big. 110.
Trying to initialize that zoning, trying to play off that side stage. Iona with so much in their back pocket. A pocket full of grit, a combo of the nation, and we'll go to the end. Iona calls it done. Set series goes their way as the Terry delivers them their 4th straight set victory.
I mean, beautiful work. So well done. I mean, that was wild. That was a wild ending in there. Manhattan coming very, very close in multiple instances to drawing it back. And we say that with all the love in our heart because, yes, the scoreline doesn't look great. 17 points, 2-3. But remember, a lot of those final games came down to that 1-point scenario. It came down to that 1 stock difference. So Manhattan definitely have the gumption to be able to fight back.
They took some initial kind of 1v1 victories, and that's going to need to snowball to even more. The good news, obviously, is things will reset. Also, available for the players is to kind of still play that 5th player, so we'll see if they do want to play that 5th player or if they're just going to relax that out and just go directly to that set series number 2. Either way, I think Iona proving why they're the number 1 seed. Again, very, very well-rounded. Good closing on a lot of their upfront damages from the Cloud. The Terry looked very good as well, and they're looking pretty crazily good here as we hit the championship route.
Yep. I'm excited to see for the SSBU side of things, for all the fans that are getting excited. I know for a fact this has been an amazing tournament so far and an amazing series to watch as well. Multiple number 1s have done very well for themselves, but have also been upset, which makes the MAAC so exciting to watch. Now, as we go ahead and double check all the players, we're going to give them a little bit of a break. We are going to go to a short one of ourselves to make sure that the upcoming set for this SSBU Grand Finals will be all ready to go. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy to rewind and reset. I know you don't wanna be used, but you use me to build up. You build up to break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the ground. I won't make a sound. So don't shoot me down.
Welcome back, everyone. We misread one more time. We apologize. But, of course, Iona are the champions for winning 17. But we are going to give the final players a chance to show their stuff. For Iona, it's Pato. For the side of Manhattan, it's Pineapple. And Llama, you get your pineapple on pizza. We got a Link. We got a Joker. We got fun all around.
Oh man, it's a fun final battle here for these two teams. The number 1 and 2 seed clashing in a matchup, and playing out their 5th players and seeing if it would have mattered for Manhattan to see if maybe they could have gotten this full sweep to go on in. Pato already losing a lot of that early damage and that side edge from the Link, being able to get themselves on the force out. Now they pause and just stare at each other. A little meet cute moment as they go in the face of the hugs and deal some more damage on the Pato's side.
Yep, very, very quick tap. This is going to be Pato running the show. Great little snipe at the end to remind Pineapple that they are on that Iona squad. Very, very destructive as well. Beautiful work there, and a catch on the flip side. Arsene always being an annoying secondary backup for Pato, and it's a beautiful work whenever you see a strong player knowing how to utilize all factors of this Arsene.
And for both players being able to kind of come back from different deficits all throughout this 1v1 matchup. Pineapple, who was on a very low amount of percentage, is now built up to 75 in total. Manhattan just getting kind of edge guarded away here. Pato doing a good job of the flurry of blades, being able to cut down on some of those frame rate entrances and trying to go for the footstool as well off the edge.
Solid, solid work. And there's Pineapple to swing right back. Quick little clip with that sword spin. Link, one of the best projectiles of this run. I fully expect them to continue. There's going to be a tornado sweep. Pineapple getting some revenge. And we're starting to see Manhattan once again saying, guys, we're number 2 for a reason. Let's take more stocks as we go in this kind of show match of the 5th players.
Yeah, these two getting their chance to exhaust all their buttons. Pineapple losing a lot of percentage here, so that faraway shot would just barely keep them inside the arena, dashing back to safety. So 163%, literally breathe on them and they'll go out of the arena here.
Center stage. Pato brings out Arsene again and says, all right, it's time to rumble. You got 2 stocks to go? Cool. Let's battle. I like that hold on the bomb as well. Very annoying, but Pato sweeps the legs. Can't block that. Tough times ahead as we're down to 1-1.
It's the knee forward combo, and Pato immediately losing a lot more percentage on that backside. Pineapple trying to close things out here with just the final 1v1 on stock setup. And I like the way they're using that left-hand platform of the up-down dodging and finding ways to get the combo over towards the edge and then pushing Pato off of it, who barely gets that regrab before falling off.
I like it so far. Pato playing very strong now without Arsene. You're a little bit weaker as a Joker, but you can still do some work. Look at the high jump, look at the dash, quick 2 feet to the face. Pineapple with a beautiful grab though, boots him right back on the other side. I'm amazed the back throw wasn't on the table, but maybe he said the center stage is yours as that's the finish. Pato is gone. Pineapple brings up a nice one for a Manhattan show match.
Link gets the job done, takes that first kind of map between these two, and they'll go directly in towards the next one. Lots of pressure, lots of good angles here for Manhattan as they're fighting their issues here in the show match, and I like that almost all of those 1v1 matchups were very, very close. We rarely had a 2-stock take, so again, once again, proving why these two teams are 2 of the best.
I love this swap as well. The swordsman won, cool. I'll bring a swordsman of my own. As we look into this 5th, though, I want to call back to the previous matches we watched. Gotta give a call out. If you had to pick an MVP here in this grand finals for SSBU side of things, Llama, who would it be for the side of Iona?
Oh man, it feels like every single one of them was able to step up. And, you know, they had those back-to-back clouds, so I think it's hard to pick between the 2 of them. But I also think the Terry closeout was also very, very good as well. So, I don't know, I think I got to think about that one for a second and dwell over it here while Manhattan starts to deliver some early damage, but ends up losing out in the 1v1 duel to start.
All right, well, you know what? I'll let you think because right now the Lucina is making Pineapple think as well. I will say, though, my vote will be for Argyle. Argyle in the early stages, Incineroar, the only player of this series to gather more than 2 points based off of those stocks. It was a very difficult position for them, but they were able to take it over. So for my vote, it would be the Incineroar player themselves. Opening matchup here, Pato, though, saying, guys, what about me? I'm looking good here in this matchup as well. Please give me a little bit of a shout-out too. But Pato, I mean, you're at 123. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Nice slice. Lucina is a whole different story, but Pineapple saying, guys, nah, watch the Link work.
I mean, man, this is a really good back and forth of a final matchup between these two. Manhattan, a lot of really good players, and I think Pineapple, one of their standout stars. This kind of sword v sword battle is always such an interesting one to find those big combos. Usually it's just tip damage that is the thing that eventually kills you from time after time of those little swords hitting. Otto and Pineapple, though, still deadlocked at 2.
And you wonder where they're going to go. What a drop, though. Pineapple ain't recovering from that one. You are slice and dice all the way back to spawn. And onto that spawn platform, I should say. Difficult times as we are going to watch. One more stock to go as Pineapple is just like, guys, come on, come on, come on. Give me a chance. I want to fight. I want to fight. Please let me fight.
Get those chances. Just trying to continue to keep on going here as those small little sword stabs. Pineapple is going to take the brunt of the damage and eventually take a big 5-point swing on that percentage slide. Pato just continually ripping through this mid-side defense. They're not getting any big combos, but it's enough to give them a 60% lead until Pato starts to lose out on those combos. And Pineapple, from their show form of that game number 1, they're also bringing it back here for this game number 2.
I like it so far. Doing very well for themselves. Now a little dance back. This is going to be a tough little rollout here. Pato just trying to chase that last hit. If they can get it, it will be a deal sealer. At the same time, Pato just kind of waiting for their own. 122, looking for the perfect moment to sweep the feet out. Will it work at the end? A little bit of a throw. Pineapple just like, dude, come on, let's get back to the platform. Boost themselves back. Great tech to stay alive.
135% though is going to be tough to play off of and try and take these last 2 stocks and maybe, just maybe, hold on, a splat on the screen. And Manhattan is giving themselves a chance. Pineapple doesn't want to go towards that 3rd and final game, and hopefully the low battery doesn't run out from one of those controllers before this matchup ends.
I mean, in this show match, it's always so much fun to kind of prove your worth here and prove why you're also here as that anchor, that final player for the team. What a slice! Pato sends Pineapple out, and we are going to get a game 3 in this show match. I love the call between Iona and Manhattan.
Get the change up of character selection, get them going very quickly here, and you know, they get to decide it over just a single best of 1. Why not? That's how it should be for a show match. For Iona, we talked about their success all throughout the day today. They found themselves a championship victory in Super Smash and are now just kind of having their victory lap and showcasing what their 5th player could do. For Pineapple, though, has put up a really, really good fight and started with that first map victory. We'll see if they can pull out this kind of 1st and 3rd map to try and take the series.
Yep, very, very nice play so far, and we'll see if they can pull it off. Oh, going to Town City, moving platforms are time and bound. For the swordsman, this is actually a little bit more dangerous. Again, they like using those combos, they like speeding things up, but the neutralization of the platforms, they're able to get away from a combo quite well. Like the call out, I wonder who chose it, but either way, it's all down to these last 3 stocks.
Not a lot left to go here for these 2 teams to play it out. And this is one of my favorite maps, not only for the pretty background, but like you said, some of those platforms and their rotary positions for Pineapple. Interestingly enough, they'll start out with a little bit worse for wear percentage, but they combo it back up, and as those platforms disappear, you go into the mid-neutral game just looking for those small sword slices and maybe looking to get those punishes off the edge of this map.
A little bit of a follow through here. Pato seeing what they can get away with. A little bit of a footstool action in there as well as Pineapple tried to reposition. Nice little bomb to cover the back end and forces a grab out for Pato. 101. Has to dodge another and lands on the platform. Follows through with the up smash, and Pineapple 3 slashes. You're done.
That's a nice start. I mean, Pineapple, we go back to that map number 1 where they were able to close out. A little bit more decisive on some of those outside combos, and nice little kick sends him away. And Pato luckily lands on that big old moving platform. Pineapple making the most, though, of this high percentage. They're going to be sent out far and away, and landing some of those edge moves will send them back up to 131.
Powerful stuff. And off they go on the side. Pineapple holding on with 144. Pato trying to chase, but you're a little bit too close to that blade, and I don't think you're going to like it. Good spot dodge by Pineapple. It's a little bit of a reaction. Side B, multi-swipe is big, and Pato takes the stock back.
One of the best KO moves right there. And Pineapple immediately surging back with building up that percentage. 2-2 in stock value in this show match of the 5th and final player for both of these two universities. Rapado has to kind of dig themselves out of this hole and isn't going to do it by losing those aerial combos. Nice prediction. Golly, Pineapple.
I really wish we'd seen Pineapple come on a little bit earlier. I love how they're playing with the band, and granted, when it comes to a show match, you just kind of do what you feel like. It feels more like an online match, and you're having a good old time. But there's still the pride of your school on the line just as well, and that's what Pato is playing for now. You are a part of the championship roster, and you deserve to be here just like everybody else. This Game 3 is looking like a masterclass between two swordsmen.
It's kind of... Again, you not only get that wet noodle battle at the start, but then you get those combos that are really, really juicy. And they both kind of want to play the same game. Pineapple just barely doesn't have enough finger length there to grab onto the edge, and we're back to 1-1.
I love that double footstool almost. Pineapple just being real annoying. Pato sent up to the heavens. 92, 93, 100% here. Pineapple bringing the glory in. Number 1 seed versus number 2 seed. Iona at the 17-point mark already in that 4th set that we saw earlier. They are looking so good. And, I mean, Pato even doing the exact same. Showing up here on the angles. DI back on stage, dodging an arrow, dodging a bomb, trying to get back in. And meets the blade one more time. Pineapple ready to throw down with the final here.
Well, players actually investing a lot of shield. Pineapple, though, such an advantage. 1K a move is all it takes realistically, and that might just be it. Pineapple finds the first victory for Manhattan, even if it comes after the series is already over, showing their worth, and the Link finds the 2-1 victory.
Once again, high respect to every player that has turned out here for this grand finals of the SSBU side of things. They've been playing just as hard as everyone else, and we want to give them their due rewards. They have played their hearts out in more ways than one, and we are extremely proud to see our top contenders here. I mean, Llama, it was a beautiful sight to see, and we are crowned one of our champions.
One of our champions. What that also means is we've still got 4 more titles. 4 more titles to crown even more champions after this. And I'm excited to see, you know, for Iona, they take a victory here. They've also got teams over in League of Legends. So trying to pick up the upset there as the number 2 seed. But lots of different schools, lots of different coverage. And Rocket League is actually what we've got moving to next. Another 1v2 battle. And 2 teams that we got to watch yesterday in Quinnipiac and Fairfield.
Yep, but of course, before we do that, we need to name our MVP. Llama, at the very end of that, or right before that show match, I got to give you a question. I said for my vote, it would be Argyle Fritz. They're the only ones to come out with a 3-stock differential, giving a little bit of a leg up a little bit further into that matchup. So my question to you, Llama, would you agree, or do you think there was someone else that, even though the match was a little bit more narrower, had a higher impact?
As much as it would be fun to disagree just for disagreement's sake, I think I have to agree. You talk about the stock margin for them and how clean they were able to execute the game plan. Also being that number 1 person, I think, not having the nerves at the start and being able to just cleanly take your series, that definitely takes some skill and some practice. So I think for Argyle Fritz, they earn it. But at the same time, you talk about an entire team of MVP performances. Nobody dropped their game except into the show match, excuse me.
Yep, and at that point, it's all for fun. You get to show off and show that even in defeat or a win, there's a lot of camaraderie. Both Manhattan and Iona, I'm sure, good friends at the end, showing their stuff. Winner and runner up. Iona are your champions. 5 crowned here today, but we have more on the bucket list. We are going to have, as you said, not Super Smash. We are going to have Rocket League Grand Finals, Quinnipiac versus Fairfield coming up. We're going to get the stage set for your viewing pleasure. While we wait, though, we do want to give a call over, I believe, to the side stage action. There's another stream going on. If you want to go ahead and tune on into the other broadcast, the League of Legends Finals between Sienna and Iona, I believe, are playing off right now. So please go ahead and check that out in the interim, and we'll be back with more car action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Sometimes I lack the bravery, 'cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. Carry on until the sun will set. So break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? We'll make a sound. We'll make a sound. Until I hit the I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. We got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Welcome back here to the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference here with the Esports Championship across multiple titles here. So far on the day, we have crowned one SSBU champion. That is Iona. Well won and well fought. This time, though, we are going into the Rocket League side of things. Yesterday, Llama, you and I got to cover some awesome Rocket League action. Some of them heading into OT and some of them heading into the Game 5. This time around, though, it's the number 1 versus number 2 seed, Quinnipiac versus Fairfield. I'm excited to see how it goes down.
Oh, nothing better than this. I mean, we already watched a couple of number 1 versus number 2 battles, but we get to watch another one here for Rocket League. A best of 7 to decide it between these two teams and crown ourselves yet another champion. And this one's going to be a lot of fun when we got to watch these two teams. High-flying offense, a lot of mechanical skill, and everything in between. So it's going to come down to how well have they been training, how good have they been, and obviously it's a 3-day event. Are they have the tank left in the gas to be able to push it towards this edge line and be able to win right here, right now? Obviously, for Quinnipiac being that number 1 seed, they are expected, so to say, to win. They looked a little bit better on the previous day, but anything can happen here in this series.
Yeah, I think it's very important to call out the fact that, yes, number 1 seeds are there, but the number 2 seeds are generally nipping on their heels, and that's what we want to see here. I'm going to be very curious, though. Do we start out strong or do we start out slow? It's a BO7, vastly different than the BO5s that we saw before. I believe this is also the only tourney title here on the day that actually swapped up their formatting heading into this grand finals matchup. Everyone else, sticking with those best of 3s. So, in essence, I think this is going to be very, very interesting. Let's go ahead and take a look. Thwack starting things off. Very nice shot. Solo, though, and it's a good block coming out of Hudson.
Excited to see what Fairfield can do, especially through strategies, Hudson, and the Law Express. But Pyro, one of the biggest names here on this Quinnipiac team. I'm excited to see how, again, Slugger and Thwack work around them. Some of that aerial offense that Pyro brings to the field. Early contest there from Pyro. Slugger trying to battle it through the corner. And this first game is very telltale of what these two teams are going to be deciding. Slugger can't get the fadeaway, and Fairfield's got the midfield control before Pyro punches it.
I like it. For Quinnipiac, one of the things that they did really well, I think, back there in the quarters and semis was boost start. You mentioned it before, Lum, and you pointed it out, and now my eyes cannot be drawn away. Quinnipiac constantly sitting at a pretty high percentage, Thwack as well as Pyro, making sure to keep it in play. But constantly you're seeing Fairfield kind of chase after it. I'm keeping eyes on how often they drop below 50 and how long they stay there as well. Quinnipiac, though, on the aggression. Now we saw Fairfield have a chance on offense. Come around, it's all on the blue team. Quinnipiac, do it.
Bobcats so far have had the better opportunities, but no lead quite yet. Black is going to jump this defensive touch and make sure nobody can get to it. Quinnipiac, no real boost, and neither does Fairfield. Everybody goes back to reset. Hudson puts that one in the backboard. Thwack tries to take the double and lands it. They'll find it in the heels of Pyro. Pyro looking for the read off the corner. They'll get it. Mid-setup. Slugger for the shot. It scores!
It wasn't exactly a slugger shot, but it was definitely a slug across the goal line. But that's all you need at the end. Quinnipiac started things off strong in the first half, and it was an opportune moment. We saw that slow ball roll, and you and I have discussed, seeing those slow balls, you got to punish the opponent for letting it happen.
Can't allow them to clear it out. That's what the Bobcats are doing well with a lot of field domination right now. Pyro through mid. It's a push off his aerial touch, but good defensive work. Straight cheese, it's a long shot. Slugger just scores! It's a top-end ankle. Quinnipiac's up 2-0.
All right, much closer to what we mentioned before. That one, 58 miles per hour. I like to see that mid-air stylization. Quinnipiac showing off why they are the first seed.
I mean, they have this incredible teamwork that has already found itself 2 goals via Slugger. Is it one more? Nice little backboard.
Oh, do it.
Thwack's gonna go for the shot. It's no angle, bumped off their line. Pyro trying to resurge in for a little bit more. But Fairfield has got enough control to punch it the other way. 3 minutes left is a lot of time, and Slugger is deleted off their line. But it means Thwack and crew can go forward.
I mean, extremely impressive defense by Fairfield. Not bothered by the 2 that were scored earlier. I mean, you should be a little bit, but being able to run that defense and making sure that scoreline doesn't go any further, I think is very important. Cresting in to the second half. Quinnipiac very happy about the early 2, but they're looking for a third if they possibly can. The clear doesn't actually go their way, but Express is able to pick it up on the back end. So a little bit awkward exchange here for Quinnipiac as they roam back onto defense. Double header going up. Fairfield only catches 1 on that ball.
Fairfield, though, has some offense here. First we've kind of seen from them throughout this entire game, number 1. They've got time to try and execute their game plan, only down by 2. Law Express has some space here, gets the beat over the top, and Hudson's going to go for the shot. Just couldn't get the power behind those wheels. Not enough revving of the engine. It's Quinnipiac. They're the ones without the boost this time around, and Flack's got to be careful. They're beat over top, and Pyro barely gets a touch to clear it off the crossbar.
Oh, but Slugger, if he had gotten a little bit more behind that ball, that would have been a straight shot opener. I don't think Strages would have been able to reach that net in time. The ball was a little bit slower, though, so for Fairfield, they are able to defend really well done. Pyro going high again, though. Off the backside, Slugger came in to challenge, but Strage is able to keep control over it. Now trying to boost forward, but ran out, so Thwack is able to pick it up and run out another 30 seconds. I am loving Quinnipiac's aggression here in this game.
It is solid. They have showed midfield domination unlike anything we've even seen from them in yesterday as well. It's a push with only 75 seconds left to go, and their controlling lead continues to build on itself. Strages tries to look for the close angle shot, and Pyro's got him covered. Pyro gets the beat in the sidewall, gets the boost. Pyro on a solo effort, sets it right in front of the net, but nobody's there to score.
So close. But close only counts horseshoes. Ain't gonna work too well. So for Quinnipiac, keeping that 2-goal lead, rounding into this final minute of game number 1, breathing a sigh of relief as Pyro streaks in through the side, demo number 1. But it ain't gonna do too much as Hudson loses out. One more ball in front of the net. Thwack went for the third. Another shot follows, but it ain't gonna work. Ball streaking on the other side. Pyro comes right back up and says, we ain't gonna let you score just yet.
A lot of pressure, 30 seconds to go, but they're getting sloppy with it on the back end. Fairfield, if they could just get a good clear. Speaking of a good clear, Pyro for the shot, for the goal! Pyro for number 3 puts the Bobcats on top.
First for them, but has 3 saves. Well played by Quinnipiac. Very long-range shot in there as well. Bring out the finger guns because you're looking like the foam finger winner here. Number 1 in multiple standings so far. Hudson holding out on the edge. But again, this game 1 is gone for Fairfield. You gotta look a little bit further inwards on what you want to do.
We talk about kind of struggling to score. Don't find a goal in this game number 1, which they're not going to. A shutout game from Quinnipiac on their defensive side. It just means that it makes it so much harder to build momentum, build things across, and Slugger going to try and change their own scoreline. Playing a Rule 0 to full effect. Thwack will lay down a mid-side pass, and it's not going to score. Game number 1 over. The Bobcats strike first in the series, and they're up 1-0.
Really well done. I like what I saw there. And for Pyro, 1 goal, but multiple saves and assists. Huge play from them. Slugger, of course, with the 2 goals, making sure that Quinnipiac started off on the right foot. On the flip end, Hudson, Law, and Strages. They did well on the saves. They just weren't able to get their offense in motion. Only 1 shot apiece is a very difficult scoreline to see.
I mean, just limiting the offense overall. I think Fairfield had some good defensive rotations. You look at the saves, those are all comboed together for 6 in total. But these next couple games are very, very important for Fairfield. They need to reorient the train, get it back on the tracks, find some offense, and I mean, they've got to find some way to shut down Pyro. Not only the 1 goal, you talk about the 2 assists involved on every single one of them, all 3 solo saves from the team, and had as many shots as Fairfield and his teammates had combined.
I think, kind of watching this go down, I want to see Quinnipiac really get a stronger lead as well. I believe we're heading into this game number 2. Or at least here in a little bit. Yeah, tapping on in for Quinnipiac. Starting things off with a 2-0 would be massive for them, I think. Fairfield, let's see if you talked a little bit of strategy, talked a little bit of shop in between. Let's get back out on the field.
Another fresh 5 minutes and a fresh scoreline as well. Stags trying to find a game number 2 victory that would put themselves back to a tied 1-1 series. Quinnipiac, not as such. They would love to extend their lead. They've just playing the slow burn offense and a passing offense that refuses to quit. I love the midfield reads, though, from Fairfield. That's how they're going to do it. Get some of those clears, get it off of a passing angle, and then score off those long-range shots.
For Pyro's back on their mission to get nearly 700 points again. Quick demo to start, sending Law out and causing a little bit of chaos in their mix. Nice long ball pass though as Pyro checks once more off the ceiling. Gonna drop in front, and it's slow roller, and you can't get in front. That's a toughie as Fairfield unfortunately misstep on that defense and score an own goal.
I will say, Pyro's got some stones for challenging that one. With only about a quarter tank of boost, jumps the aerial, lands a waterfall, forces that own goal to happen. And that's a play where if you go too far forward, maybe it's a Fairfield chance the other way. The Bobcats are able to strike. They've got this lead once again. It's only a minute gone, so for Fairfield, no alarm bells quite yet. But they still have not found their first goal. Pyro, a layaway, will challenge the back line. It's Strategies who does find a 0 boost save, but Slugger's right back to it.
For Slugger, fairly quiet until that second half, was able to drop 2 in there very, very cleanly. I wonder what they're going to run here. Didn't have too many saves, was able to get in front. Thwack, though, trying to take a chase for their own. Sets it up for Slugger, who taps it in on the corner pocket side, straight through the middle afterwards. And Fairfield, a little bit surprised as all 3 defenders were juked.
I mean, Thwack with that double touch, the reorientation of the car. And like you mentioned, Fairfield just had to send so many members, didn't know where the angle was coming from. It was right on top of their head. Quinnipiac, it is quicker this time that they score those 2 goals. Demolition, though, on the backside. Hudson trying to score. That one bounces awkwardly off of a kind of enemy and friendly pinch as a combination. It doesn't score, though, and that's the most important thing. 5-0 across 2 games of scoring for Quinnipiac.
I'm really, really looking for this. We need to see Fairfield really answer back here. They've been running around the map so far. They've been running around this field a little bit too long. That was one of their best opportunities to try and get a goal. But Law says it won't be the only one thus far. They'll try their best. Fairfield lose control. Quinnipiac now on the aggression once more. High ball to that far end of the field. Quinnipiac, it's all about redirection. Good save by Law. Oh!
Score. Hudson, that's a beaut. The long-range clearance, the first goal of the series for him. But it comes off an overcommitment from the Bobcats.
Timed so well, I wasn't really expecting it. And I mean, for Quinnipiac, that's one that you're going back to the drawing board going, hey, we left the spot open. We don't want to let it happen again. Logspress, though, want to chase out Slugger, the only defender. Ball drops in front, tries to pinch it out, and gets it right past Strages. However, they're much more aware of Fairfield now, who are always looking for a challenge to get a goal back. That'll be a third, but they miss. Oh, that hurts. That could have been the chance, but I guess Strages took the demo instead.
Pressure in. I like the
my
aggravation here. Quinnipiac is deciding you will not have cars to play inside of. With around 2 minutes left to go, that physicality could be the game changer. For Fairfield, still the number 2 seed. They are only down by 1. What a series tide turner it would be. Slugger trying to put the issue down, but the news is they have the Guardian Angel on the back end. Hudson trying to go for the pass, and it's not enough to find it, and they've lost their teammate on the outside rotation from the demo, so it's all null.
I think Thwack was a little bit upset that they only had like 1 save in the previous game. They're going after demos, challenging Pyro for the number of demos in a single game here, which is ridiculous, by the way. I don't think Fairfield has really had a steady 3 members to try and go on the offense, which is leaning into Quinnipiac's favor. But still, that's crazy to look at here.
It is looking very good. However, the scoreline says 1 goal lead for Quinnipiac. They've got to find ways to extend that, especially if Hudson is going to keep making aerial plays like this. Logspress with the layaway. Pyro barely gets the touch they needed, and Strategies' secondary shot is no good. Fairfield is putting everything into this game. It'd be heartbreaking if Quinnipiac could find a way to score another goal.
Well, let's see if they can do it. That's going to be a dinger off the crossbar. That sound was great, by the way. I love it. Hudson picking up the ball calmly, though. 1 minute left. This is a much more doable situation than it was in game number 1. Quinnipiac going high. Law picks it up. Thwack off the left side, sets it up for Slugger, but Slugger has to get back on defense, charging back, kicking it out to the side, and without any boost is able to get it back into position. Hudson sitting in mid, tries a low arching shot. Not going to land too well.
30 seconds left to go here. Game number 2 on the ropes, and Quinnipiac trying to force the one-on-one. Thwack is going to delay for a lot of time, looking for Pyro here in mid. It's Slugger who watches from behind as that third man rotation daggers it away. It's a slicer to the back corner that Thwack and Pyro will race to pick up, and Fairfield needs a goal. Fade away, Straight Cheese barely has this one. Secondary, good! Thwack delivers the nail, and the coffin is closed.
One that was so quiet before watches as the careening of defenders leaves the gap top right, and they take full advantage this time around. I'm expecting Black to challenge Pyro for that MVP status. Slugger letting it roll by. 1 second left, touches the ground, and that will be game 2. Strong game on both ends. Fairfield much more in it this time.
Yeah, and I mean the shots as well, they kind of held Fairfield necessarily to 1 goal, but also they allowed them 7 shots in that game, so almost more than double that they had from that game number 1. Still a decisive effort from the number 1 seed in Quinnipiac. They've got weapons everywhere. It feels like the defense is actually one of their strongest weapons right now, where their offense is finding these crazy passing plays, but their defense is keeping their head above the surface, those rotations. And I mean, I know we've said Pyro's name a couple times already through the series, but some solo efforts on the saves that really did keep the scoreline close.
Oh, 100%. The reason that it was sitting at 2-1 for so long is because of Pyro and Thwack on the back end as well. I would 100% agree. I love what Pyro is putting out here. Definitely the star so far. The question is, are we going to see more fights coming out of them? Because I want to draw attention back to the demos. Now, normally when we see demos, it's usually from the team that's actually losing in the series. We see it used more as a buffer. If you can't chase them down, if you can't catch the ball, you go for the demos. Used to be seen as kind of an ungentlemanly thing, but has, of course, slowly been oriented into a much more decisive gameplay factor. Do you expect to see more demos come out from the side of Quinnipiac, or do you think Fairfield is going to get in on the bumping action?
I think that Fairfield needs to get a little bit more physical, but at the same time, there are risks involved. Hudson, hold on here a second. Let's find first. The risks involved in those is if you don't land on some of those physical touches, Quinnipiac is good enough to punish you for those overextensions. So you have to do it all within a measure of yourself. For Fairfield, I like the early offense, I like the kickoffs, and they're setting themselves up well for a good game.
I think they're more than happy about themselves that right chance here. Ball in front of the net, and there it is. Thwack saw the opportunity. And Slugger gets the assist. Well played placement.
Slugger does so much there. Not only gets the double touch in the backboard, their positioning on that low ground forces a jump from that last Fairfield defender. And that means another early goal for the Bobcats. They have led every single game. It's going to be Hudson to try and change that, make sure they can find some goals of their own. Only 1 goal across 2 games. The defense has been just as good. And Slugger with 0 boost tries to send it to the offensive zone while Thwack tries to clean up off the dome. Can't send it home.
He had a little bit more boost. That could have been a big difference because you could see Fairfield only have one defender in net that was more ready for that defense. I wonder if a couple axles could have been broken there in the shakedown. Would have been a big one, but at the current moment, it is the ball free in front of the net on the side of Quinnipiac, very close to the netting side. With a nice bump out, Fairfield decided to chase away, and now it's the defender in front. Lawless couldn't tell where they were going to be, and Pyro sends one in.
I don't even know how Pyro gets the pop under this one. He gets the team bump. Slugger really wanted it, but he just barely slips under the ball. It's a 1v2 anyways, and the Bobcats will find their 2nd in a row for their 3rd game in a row.
Oh, Law getting some revenge, baby! Says he can't outrun the law here. Matches 1-for-1, putting this to a 1-goal game.
Fairfield has kept the matches close, I will say that. And the kickoff goal is good enough to do that. For Law Express, good angle. Finds the top left bins, just barely avoids that last defender. Now Quinnipiac, what is their answer to this one? Still 3.5 minutes left to go. Lots of time in this game number 3. Lots of space left in this BO7 for Fairfield. If they lose this game, they are forced down the barrel of a best-of-7 reverse sweep, literally the toughest thing to do.
What are you talking about? I've seen best of 9s. Those are hard too, right? I don't know anyone that's ever played a best of 9 except Raging and Ranked. That's about it. So, yeah, best of 7. Reverse sweep would be wild to say the least. But if they can pull it off, it would be one for the ages again. What a long ball haul, though. Law off the steal says welcome.
Just a banger shot here that Slugger thought he had time to rotate around to the corner. One single misstep, or one single miswheel will be the cost of the goal. Fairfield is coming back. They've tied this game up and almost scored directly off the kickoff. It wasn't for Pyro's heroics. The backside pass will leave in the hands of Hudson. It flutters away like a covered in oil. And it's going to be Hudson trying to keep it alive, but it is this Quinnipiac offense that has started to aggravate.
And I love that aerial challenge there. Fairfield saw the strike coming, knew that they had to divert away from that third possible touch. They were able to challenge in the air, knock them back, but Quinnipiac say that wasn't their only offensive. We're ready to go once more. They've had a couple too many dead balls, and that's why Slugger's going high in the sky. No bounce off, though. No extra pass to play, and a demo out forces Hudson away. Strange is unable to pick it up, so defensive position held and postured by Quinnipiac. A little bit of a diversion, though, as Hudson sends a streaker along the ground. Fairfield take the lead.
This one is just unfortunate. Thwack and Pyro both have an angle to hit it. But they were kind of on the same line, so Pyro didn't have the space to jump, and Thwack, unfortunately, didn't have the space to send. So Quinnipiac, it is their first deficit of this entire series. It comes in Game 3. That demo from Straight Cheese will try and put it even further up. The problem being you've still got this offense to deal with. You found the answers to the defense, but for Fairfield, you need to find more than just a one-goal lead.
Yeah, because you know Quinnipiac are out for blood right now. The #1 seed upset about the fact that they have been overtaken in this Game 3. They are the ones that want to put it to a 3-0. They are the ones that want to put this into dangerous territory abound. They might be able to do it. No one's in net. Corner pocket there. I was wondering, actually, Strange's was there, but Slugger says they might have made it a little bit too messy. Fight goes up, gets challenged, knocks the ball away. Quinnipiac now need to be back on defense.
Law
No!
delivers. It's 4. That's the advantage. Fairfield find themselves. Just an impressive aerial shot. They make the lead too.
That is another to mark up for Lawless. Hat trick for who seems to be the star of this game.
Quinnipiac, 90 seconds to try and answer the flurry of blows that Fairfield has delivered to their chest cavity. Hudson and the rest of the crew have been playing on fire. The Quinnipiac still with the 2-game advantage. They wouldn't mind dropping 1. It may just take longer for them to win the series if they continue on the warpath they were for the first 2. Slugger and crew, though, they are bumped off their line, and Flack tries to get something of nothing.
We'll follow through. I love that Law is just starting to challenge out and about, but Slugger setting up a little bit of a rally here. Ball streaks out towards the middle. Pyro's there to pick it up, sends it close to that net. Good dive by Hudson. Keeps it in motion away from the net. Slugger tries to challenge in front. Pyro goes up, a little bit of boost, but met in the air once again by Fairfield. You were mentioning on the defense and offense, it feels like Fairfield is starting to get a good read on the Quinnipiac's rotations and how they want to move. Strange is aiming off on that left side. The ball goes a little bit sideways, picked up by Law on the other end. Bounces in front. Pyro tries to push out, but it's 30 seconds you need to score here.
Quinnipiac trying to find answers in places where they're not to be found. Down low, Slugger off their line again, and Pyro's demoed. Law will have an open net with the spawn side advantage. What a little pogo stick out of the corner. Fairfield in full control with 10 seconds to go. Quinnipiac get the clear, get the goal. Flack is going to try for it one-on-one. He can't get the dunk, and that'll seal Game 3. Fairfield will do the run back and start the lead cut as they cut the series advantage to 1.
I mean, Fairfield, what a showing, and Law, well-deserved center tactician, 3 goals with 4 shots, 1 assist. I mean, out of nowhere, it felt like, right? Law breaking onto that pitch and said, let me do it.
And really did it. I mean, the aerial offense was phenomenal. Their reads, as you mentioned, were very good as well. I also think for a team like Quinnipiac, working off of confidence, they lost a lot of those early 50-50s that started to roll not in their favor, and that can start to get into the mental. I think the better news for the Bobcats is they've already won 2 games, so this only drops them down to a 2-1 scoreline. They can still set themselves back into control. If they win any more games in the series, they would put themselves back on series point. But I think that's what this next game truly does become important. If you're on the side of the Bobcats and you win this next one, it's pretty much like that last game didn't happen. You re-extend your advantage back to 2. You get 3 chances to close out the series. And if you're Fairfield, if you win this next one, all of a sudden we're back to a 2-2 tied up series.
And then at that point, it's just simple. It's a simple best of 3. I don't know what you're talking about. I'd rather take that over a BO7, right? A BO7 reverse sweep. Very nice job by Fairfield to stave off. Now, here's the question. Law popped off. Is there a response in terms of the soloing out? Are we going to see more demos onto Law is my big question, because that's one way to deal with it. Or do you just try and pass it away from them? A lot of questions to be answered heading into game number 4 here with the MAAC Esports Championships at Mount St. Mary's.
The in-person LAN environment just hits a little bit different at a time like this in the year. Fairfield trying to even up the series from their incredible offense and what they've brought. Hudson and Law were the standout stars last time, and Hudson's going to carry with 0 boost, sets up the pass and fadeaway. Pyro has to go slow angle off the save. Law's got the dunk, the follow-up, and the mid-range pass that just barely goes off its line.
I really like how Fairfield are also recognizing where the passes are going to go. The resets after a defense, they're trying to snipe it out, cause a little bit of a distraction, bounce the ball back in their favor. What a little bit of a redirect there from Quinnipiac, letting the ball drop, trying to fake out the defenders. But Strages is no stranger to that fact. Nice little 50-50, sends it back in control of Quinnipiac.
They have the ball. Do they have the defense, though? Thwack is trying to play this close-sided corner. Slugger had to pre-jump that one, or it was a dangerous angle. Midfield pass, Law Express too far forward. Some miscommunications on either side. And Slugger rolls this one down and finds it back. Defense not there. It's a nice little fadeaway shot. Everything's open. Thwack will deliver the first blood.
Dead ball because of the defensive maneuvers. I mean, Law did a beautiful save, but there were too many attackers. And Thwack speaking up here. Well done by Quinnipiac. First goal, they usually answer with a second right afterwards if they have the players in motion. Will they do it yet again?
Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep your opponent on their heels. Fairfield, they responded back from that 2-goal deficit once. They don't want to do it again. Slugger gonna try and put that on board. It's Law. Tries doing a 50, but it's gonna go straight back to Slugger for the shot and goal! Quinnipiac up 2-0.
What did I just say? What did I just say, Llama? They do this, it feels like, every single game. Quinnipiac with a very nice, catch and release of that ball, and Fairfield unable to respond. This time off of kickoff, they will take good control, but it's answered back by Fairfield with the long ball haul. Slugger off of the left side, looking for the net once more! Make it a third! Quinnipiac up 3!
Little highlight reel ingestion there. Slugger off the nose like a seal begging for a trick. Quinnipiac finds the 3rd in a row. And that is a heck of a way to answer. We talked about the 2 crossroads that we can hit after this game ends. Quinnipiac wants to be on that series point track rather than go back to even.
I think for Quinnipiac, this is a much different state than we saw earlier. Not only have they shored up their defense, they're keeping close mark on Law. They're also keeping, I think, marks on Hudson. Hudson currently sitting on 0 boosts for nearly 30 seconds. That is not a good spot to be in. It means you're getting started out in more ways than one. And Quinnipiac are keeping you in the dust. Well done on the demo to try and create a little bit more space, but Quinnipiac just holding you steady.
Long look on the midfield pressure. How about that? Little dunk up top from Slugger. Thwack with the fadeaway. It's gonna score. Why not the second from Thwack? A sandwich of goals to bring Quinnipiac the 4th.
You're starting out the defenders. They cannot move fast enough. That was Law as well zeroed. And Quinnipiac starting to get very macro heavy, keeping trackers on those boost numbers. Well done by them. as a dead ball in front isn't able to be scored. Quinnipiac under control, aiming at the other side. Law gets to it first though and punches it back out.
Trying to play off the safety of this team and all of their kind of midfield redirections. Pyro has been the rock, but it's been Slugger and Thwack to step up here in this game specifically for Fairfield. They're looking for a bump. They'll get it on the back line, but they won't get the shot. Fade away. Strages looking. It's a crossbar shot that's denied before it can get back to that third man. And that midfield defense comes up clutch. Strages can't get the long-range rope.
Strages trying to see where the spot would be. Good defense this time. The ball doesn't go the other way, but defense played by Strages still lets Thwack through.
Incredible. I mean, the follow-up is so good. You can see how good the cohesion is in those rotations. Nobody out of position for Fairfield. They kind of run into each other on that far side post. Nobody would get back to it. Quinnipiac, if the scoreline stands, this would be their largest victory of any game in the series, in one where they just lost by their biggest margin in any game of the series.
You know, it's the best of both worlds, I guess. I don't know if you enjoy having a world where you go down in an 0-2 after scoring 2, but you know, it's a world that you do kind of have to live in. And right now, as you said, it's all about the score. That will be Pyro putting one more up there. Multiple members chasing that hat trick.
I mean, the midfield work is insane. Pyro for that thread of the needle, just low ground, angular, absolute aggression, and puts the arm through it. Fairfield definitely not going to be able to come back in this game, but just trying to salvage some sort of goal angle, some sort of offense, because Quinnipiac has completely shut down everything that they want to do. With Quinnipiac, oh man, another roller, lucky number 7.
Getting a bit of assistance in there, I think. That was a nice one to have there. You saw that, I think, Pyro bump. Maybe just a little bit of a breeze stifled Strages on that chase for the ball. Quinnipiac up 7, nearly a Brazil, or even better than a Brazil at this point.
Very, very good scoreline. I mean, dominant to say the least. Very early scoring, mid-game scoring, and late-game scoring all combined together. Fairfield needs an answer, and they're going to have to find it, possibly in 3 games straight in the series. Sure, they earned this number 2 seed, but the Bobcats are looking unstoppable. Strages going to get that demo at the very least. Pyro trying to work the worm, but won't find a way to dig to the dirt.
I'm curious. I mean, if you're Fairfield, you're looking at the next going, guys, we got one. It might have been off of a little bit of a misstep by Quinnipiac before they could get back into line. It just kind of got away from them. This is Quinnipiac marching double time towards a victory. How do you stop a Quinnipiac that sends 7 and doesn't even relinquish one? Well, I say that. Okay, that's going to be the bump off the top of the head. And Law was there to put it away. Make it a true Brazil. Quinnipiac 7. Fairfield 1.
We'll at least get to go to the nice warm beaches of Brazil and Fairfield. It will be a game loss for them, but at least they did walk away with a goal to try and build some momentum into the next game. Quinnipiac, though, absolute dominance. Slugger with a couple aerial goals for themselves. Thwack with a 4-goal setup and 10 shots in total. 7 of them went in for Quinnipiac.
I mean, Thwack looking better and better here, from bottom of the scoreboard in game 1 to chasing the top side, but Pyro still leading that charge in point total, at least in field position as well, though. And I really do think Thwack stole the show in that game 4. Very, very impressive.
Thwack was very good, and I like that they kind of have this well-rounded nature where they have so many players that can step up at a different time. Their passing can be very, very good, and for Pyro, kind of holding down that back forward, what is so dangerous is when Pyro is so confident, can play that defense to perfection, and then rotate up the field, and then help the team, and that is what happened in that last game. We need to see more from Fairfield if they want to continue on in this series. They have no more games to give, no more sort of loser's bracket type of mentality. This is it. This is the championship. It is now or never.
And I think it all comes down in this game number 5 to can Fairfield keep track of where the boosts are coming up. I mentioned it before and we saw it there at the very end. Multiple zeros out and they're sitting on those zeros. I need Fairfield to keep eyes on where the boosts are, chase down Quinnipiac, who has starved them out more often than not. See how it goes down. It's heading into game 5. Quinnipiac one step away from the championship crown. Let's see if the number 1 seed can do it.
Midfield pass, Slucker. Already off the bench. They are looking for some crazy stuff. It does put Pyro in an interesting position. They read it very well. Good positioning on the back step. Fadeaway shot here from Slugger. Double off the sidewall. Doesn't land it. Pyro will. And it's the pressure off the backboard out of nowhere. Fairfield seeing daggers that aren't even coming to them. And a good bump in midfield. Almost a shot on goal, but Slugger reads it well.
I do like that Fairfield are running at a little bit faster pace right now, keeping their fingers on those triggers, ready to speed their way up if need be, but zeroed out once more. Defense needs to be in position. Law gets a pull, but this might be a chance as the slow roller lands into Law's pocket. Slugger off the wall, setting it up. Thwack challenge in front, but the third comes through as Pyro puts it away yet again.
Slugger just wastes so much time here. Pyro's coming from that right side wing. Hudson runs out of boost. And Stray G's just never had a chance at this one as it goes over their head. Quinnipiac, it's like scoring first is in their nature. And that is what they will do again. First blood's aplenty. A midfield center that's perfectly read from Law, but Hudson wasn't there in time. Fairfield has got to get those cohesion shots on board if they want a chance in this game, and Slugger gets a good defensive read.
Black getting 1 shot and 1 assist. You want to get back to your previous game glory. Pyro kind of stole the show there. You're ready for a chance to kind of break away, make a highlight reel for yourself just as well. Fast pace, minute and a half gone. Fairfield still chasing glory. Good defense by Pyro to save that ball. Now it's their chance. Slugger at 100 as well, but Hudson gets the snipe of the pass.
Still only a 1-goal lead. Like the contention from Fairfield, they are investing a lot and gambling even more to try and make these midfield plays happen. But Quinnipiac has not been able to score again. Pyro lets this one roll. Slowest ball ever, I guess, off the backboard. No secondaries. Pyro's got the touch. A lot of boost investment, though, from Quinnipiac. So as they turn the tide, Thwack is not able to attempt that double touch. And Slugger's redirect towards midfield is just perfectly read. Thwack was on that last man defense. A midfield centering again that Pyro's got to set up for.
A little more quiet from Quinnipiac as well, but that drive towards that corner ain't going to be made. Good read by Stray, just recognized that they were rushing forward. An attempt at that pass. Hudson isn't able to allow Stray just to convert. So Quinnipiac now into the second half in a dance in front of their own net. Law on the back lines waiting. Fish ain't going to bite just yet.
Trying to play efficient with that boost in the sky, but you look at Law and Hudson. They invested everything in that last drive. It's been enough on this kind of pull the goalie scenario. Dangerous fadeaway. Law takes care of it. They need to make sure they're forcing the effort and working off that boost well enough so that they don't put each other out of position. It's going to go full 100 right in. Slugger off the backboard. Does he get red? Looks like Pyro is looking for the back pass. And actually, if Slugger would have hit that shot powerful enough, could have gone in and might just anyways. Thwack the defense. Quinnipiac with 2 minutes left to go are struggling to get the clear.
Say that, but Thwack reads it right in the middle, and that's like to put it away by 2 defenders. Said, what'd you say, Llama? We got that second in there.
I just had to say something, didn't I? Just had to say something. Thwack, that is insane, the angle. 90 degrees into 180 directly into the net. And Quinnipiac, they enter back from all of those defensive deficiencies, and Fairfield has found themselves in a tough 0-2 position once again.
You know what, Llama? You're just making up for the 7 curses I threw down yesterday. You know, it's okay. Listen, we got to get 1 or 2 on the mic here. Slugger, ready to go for yet another as Thwack takes charge. Frontline striker, pushing it closer and closer. Pyro in the mid, watching a third fly in. Fortunately, Slugger isn't able to convert, so Thwack back on defense with full boost ready to go. To drift themselves over to the left side battlefield. And Fairfield wondering exactly why this wing is there, as that's Law once again to wake on up near the final minute and give Fairfield there first.
Incredible backboard double. Law just gets the correct angle. Again, Pyro is out of boost at that point, so couldn't get an extra bit of juice from that aerial touch. And Fairfield has cut the lead to 1. Off the demo, though, the kickoff Pyro in the setup. This does mean just 60 seconds left to go. Quinnipiac would love another goal. They don't need one, though, however, unless Fairfield scores again.
I think with the Law on the field, though, you have to get another one. You cannot allow it to be this close, as you know Law's going to angle for that heroic play. You really need to get a +2 on the margin and bring it down to less than 30 seconds. Slugger chasing up the wall, but you are reverse. Have to go ahead and flip around, but Hudson able to deny. Strange is in position. Law there to play as well. Law bounces it back in favor, so Quinnipiac on the hard defense. 30 seconds left. Hudson tries to challenge Law. Tries to bump it past, but all three are there to deny. Quinnipiac chasing towards the net. Crossbar just enough to deny. And we're still stuck here with 18 seconds left.
It's not a lot of time, but it's only a 1-goal deficit. A floater over the top. Pyro can't end it. Single digits deciding this game number 5 and possibly the series. Quinnipiac has to get back for defense. A 3-on-1 send-up. The crossbar angle isn't there. Flax got the clear. 000 on the board, looking for the game ender. It'll bounce off the ground for a second. Kept off. Pyro trying to get the bump. They will! And champion today is spelled B-O-B-C-A-T. Quinnipiac wins it in 5.
Such a run. And Fairfield, for their record, that previous game, that 7-1, devastating for the mental, but they were able to bounce back. They fought so much harder on the defensive end. Huge props to them. But Quinnipiac, your number 1 seed here in the MAAC, taking home the Rocket League crown.
Well deserved. I mean, they've got a lot of talent on this team. They were able to bounce back from that game number 3 loss with a 7-1 victory in game number 4, and then just kept on turning the tides to their favor. Don't get me wrong, Fairfield, a heck of a series. A lot of credit has to be doled out to them for making it towards this podium, earning that silver medal for themselves, but they just couldn't match that offensive output when it came down to the nitty-gritty. Just a few mistakes on the back end, and honestly, a defensive slobber knocker back and forth between these two.
Yeah, big shout out to Law, who I think is the SVP of the squad. Very important player over there. They tried their hardest. That 3rd game of the series is so good, but we got to crown an MVP on the other side from the champions of the 3. Llama, who you got in that slot?
Man, literally all 3 of them stepped up in multiple different games. I think Pyro, if it was only focused on defensive stats, would be the MVP, but I think today, Thwonk stepped up more than anybody else. I think the Skyline was a really good battle for them, especially in those early games, being able to transition on the goals. It all wouldn't be possible without Pyro, but I think who stepped up the most today was Thwonk.
Yeah, Thwack, of course, game 1 a little bit quieter, but the next few runs were ridiculous in that note. Pyro, the foundation, but the MVP status we will give over to Thwack. Congratulations to the entirety of Quinnipiac for gathering that crown. With that being said, we have one more grand finals here on the main stage side for your viewing pleasure. It will be the Overwatch grand finals, which we have had the pleasure of watching nearly through its entirety. We will go to a short break to make sure we can get all 10 players ready to go. So in the meantime, please go ahead and check out the secondary stream, which I believe right now is hosting the Valorant grand finals. Please go ahead, check them out there, and we will see you all back in just a bit.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Welcome back, everyone. One more grand finals here on the main stage, and you know what it is. We watched it nearly from beginning to end. It's the Overwatch grand finals here with the MAAC Esports side of things. I'm excited. Llama, are you ready?
No, I'm not ready. This is the last one of the day. Man, I can't believe it. After 3 days of esports action, this is how we have to end it. Maybe we'll pull in some other championships just in case. But no, I'm very excited. This is going to be a fun one. Like you said, we've kind of been watching these two teams' journey all through in and throughout this weekend. For Maris, they're coming in as kind of this underdog, but with a scrappy offense and a lot of different compositions that they run. I think it'll be very exciting for Quinnipiac to battle into as the #1 seed.
Yeah, 100%. We actually haven't seen, I think, Quinnipiac on stream thus far. They've been on the side stream. So main stage-wise, we haven't really seen them. But the 5 players, Vic as well as Omniscient, Lunar, Sugo, and Mango, all 5 of these players have kind of rolled through their tournament style, and that's going to be the fun. We know Maris is able to dig deep. Do we know if they are able to fight as hard as possible against the #1 seed? For us, we've always looked at Dax. Do you think we're looking at Dax once more, at least from my perspective?
I think you have to. I think it's Savage, Cabbage, and Dax that are really going to decide where this series goes for Marist. They need to kind of limit some of those mistakes. We talk about overinvestment of ultimates too early, getting countered out. And they've got to find those team fights. I think there's been times where they try to play a disconnected front to back and Savage Cabbage dies early, or they lose Banana Robot early as well. Either way, Busan awaits us for our first map in the best of 5. Our 2 bands are Zarya and Wu Yong as it's time for the championship.
Glorious and beautiful map here. Busan, probably my favorite of them all. The expanse, the lighting usually is very good, but namely the space-taking ability of this map is very good, mainly because it's a nice mix. Around the point itself, generally not too many buildings. It is going to be a little bit more open fighting, the ability to shoot from afar or close. You can choose your combat action, but we're already diving a little bit in, and you can already see interesting choices from Quinnipiac using that sim to move forward, but the Emery off rip with the Junker Queen and then the Kiriko, and a little bit actually healing in the back end. Mango going for an unorthodox healer there.
I do think the Alari is actually very good, especially on Busan. There's a lot of those different divots of placement where you can put that healing pile on and pump out that healing in total. Either way, #1 versus #3 seed, there are no more second chances. It's time to crown our 3rd champion of the day on the mainstream. Marist University trying to cut down a back-to-back win. Quinnipiac could lift 2 titles in a row.
Rock out here. Omniscient, though, with a stray shot on the Savage. Savage is ready down, and we're watching the firefight break out. Mango, what's exactly going down here as Dax will fall as well. Quinnipiac already off to the races with a tap on point.
Get themselves a nice first touch here, and again, it's all that extra healing. So when they're going to focus down Savage Cabbage, that's the frontline damage taker. Dax is running that differentiated tank role and playing that Orisa. They've had some success against the Junker Queen. Remember back to their semifinal series, there were some times where that Rampage actually aimed them up. Here connection on the Mango. Sugo as well, just barely surviving, and Maris will take the Gaunt area before eyes on a half slate first.
I mean, Dax getting a little bit of a flashback to the Junker Queen of old. It's happening once more, but Mango rips him apart. Maris, who we watched fight tooth and nail before, getting dismantled here by Quinnipiac. Quinnipiac forcing a reset on Savage Cabbage. Really well done, 40% gone.
This little takedown from Omniscient there on the backside looking. It's not going to stop Omniscient. Wants them all for free and has the healing to battle it back. Busan, this could be one of those tough ones. First back in. Not a ton of cover to battle out this open area. And Maris is doing a good job to try and take that space with their front line of the Orisa. The problem being, Omniscient has that ultimate everywhere.
one. Another shot on the back end. There's a sniper on this shit. It's like they can see everything. Their eyes are all knowing. Their shots ever sounding. And there is no chance for Maris to hold off.
Even save Lunar's ultimate. Really clean job here on the Bobcats to hold down this first selection. We're got to win 2 sub-maps if you want to win this first map of Busan in total. Very good job so far. Maris at least has 2-0. Rush. They've had problems popping it early, and Lunar's gonna pop. I don't have it, and Dax are dead too. It is 10% left to go, and Quinnipiac might have just sealed the deal.
I mean, Omniscient is just on a rampage. 96 unstoppable Maris. Really well played, but can't wing it against some big drops that area, making sure to build up a nice defense. OT is really done. One last shot and attempt by Maris. They already lost one of the DPS, so no chance for Banana Robot. Mango rips through 2 more again, and Quinnipiac, they will take sub-map 1.
Captive Sun good enough to end down everything. And Marist, unfortunately, they get the touch there at the end, but it's just a pulse bomb that actually takes themselves out of the fight. Quinnipiac already up this sub-map number 1 and very clean while doing it, 100-0. No contest on the other side. And Dax thinks it's time for a mirror matchup. And guess what? I Don't Have It does as well. So full mirror here. We'll go into a quick pause for just a second. I think Vic is going to play for that teleporter to try and go for that fast play. But realistically, the Bobcats very, very good on that initial outlook.
I mean, very clean as well. Clinical surgical removal, something that we haven't seen against Maris in a while. One of the big things, keeping eyes on those DPS. The Tracer was nullified very early on. You saw Banana Cabbage try and go for it, as well as the Emery matchup. It just didn't work, and I give a lot of respect. Omniscient on the other side as a DPS carry, ridiculous work catching out the opponent, routing them correctly. There were multiple times we saw Maris kind of split apart, 5 and 3 in different directions. Or 3 and 2, I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, split right down the middle, and I think the other part of that was the sim. I mean, that barricade right there at that ending fight just sliced everybody in half, literally, and being able to build up all of that close-range potential. Again, Busan is one of those weird maps that has all these little cubbies of pockets, and for a sim, that's really good for you, because you can play the cover, you can build up your laser beam charge, and do a ton of damage in those team fights. For the Bobcats, it's a good start. Again, it is a full best-of-5 series here, so job is definitely not done by any stretch of the measure, but it's definitely a good start.
Oh yeah, beautiful work, and I am wondering what other maps they're going to be challenged at, so we'll see how it goes. But as you mentioned, moving into sub-map 2, ideas out for the mirror match. We haven't seen Dax on a Junker Queen yet, and I am very curious if that will be the shift. I believe they've played 4 unique tank heroes so far. There's a swap out. This one makes a little bit more sense. The Roadhog they used before to eliminate a Junker Queen. Will it work here, though?
2, 1.
Is the big question. Obviously going for basically that solo mirror matchup, and Banana Robot is going to bring out a sim of their own. So biggest difference is Savage Cabbage going back to the Freya, something that was introduced to them from an opposing player in that last one. GG Dax wants to play that Roadhog, wants to play off those hooks. It is no time for the Orisa. It is time to play the Hookmaster.
Hookmaster right now looking like an apprentice, missed 3, unable to grab Lunar's life there, and that's a big calling card. Remember before, when they found the semifinals, it was all about landing that hook, drawing Lunar into a 1v5, and then taking them out surgically. It ain't happening here. There it is, good catch 1, but Lunar is able to drop on down. Omniscient able to save him out, knocks 1 DPS away. Savage is the last one up for the DPS value, but without the Symmetra, there is no cover. Look at the HP bars out of Maris. They are denied any entry, and Quinnipiac first turn.
He's going to try and play for the side ground and at least be able to recoup a little bit. Mango pulled in, doesn't matter. Healed to full, that pylon staying alive. Lunar with the long-range dagger finds GG Dax. Omniscient gets it done. It is just a full team wipe. Never blink or you'll miss it.
I know Maris has probably gone up against Quinnipiac in the regular season. I get it, but for us on stage and on the desk, it is a little bit of a surprise. For the first time they get locked out without an ultimate toss against them, so Quinnipiac really showing their worth here, making sure to say we are the #1 and there is a gap between us, whether you like it or not. Maris now pulled up inside of this control room, and I don't think they're getting out any easily. have to take a different route, but they're immediately called out. The Tracer trying to get in front of it, but out of the Havoc caught on the back end. Savage Cabbage able to take out one of Mango Shark's turrets, but Sugo saying, let's roll out the gate, forces everyone back. Maris may not fall, but they are denied. Crucial time, but what a backline cap! Well called out! That will give him at least 5 points.
Percentage is going to go crazy, especially with Omniscient's ultimate. They fight to double kill on the backside, heavy shot. They're going to keep it going. Omniscient will drop down low as the contest comes in, gets the spray down for the assist as Lunar finishes off the kill, and Banana will be stopped in their tracks as the Dagger delivers them to the grave. 2 back-to-back double kills, and the Bobcats looking to close out map 1.
Oh my gosh. Quinnipiac looking like champs already here in map number 1. An answer back by Mango, who also goes into PvP mode, trying to snipe out 1 or 2. And honestly, that's one of the crazier things that you can do with this Lari. Vic, though, picks up 2 stragglers on the low HP bars. The lasers rocking through Dax and Savage. Quinnipiac taking this map in style in one of our more dominant map victories.
Talk about the ability to save ultimates there for the Bobcats as they roll through map number 1 and they roll through those early neutral fights and get the job done. It is Lunar who will find the play of the game. The Jungle Queen tank from that backside, and it goes back to that sub-map number 2. That initial fight where Lunar was able to dagger out first, pull them in, and then just slice down everybody else. A triple kill in total with alongside 2 assists. That counts as a competition on all 5 kills. So definitely worth the MVP play of the game, and obviously a great start for Quinnipiac for map number 1.
Yeah, very wild turn there, and I give a lot of respect over to them, because that is one of the rare times that you will see a non-ultimate charge be play of the game. Normally it's a big spin, at least 1 or 2 in there, but this was just straight up really good gun action. So now taking a look for Quinnipiac, do we see any gaps in their armor for Maris to try and deny? Because quite honestly, it looked like a surefire thing, whether on defense, whether on offense. Quinnipiac kind of stole the show there.
It did. I mean, 2 almost full wipes there on the 100 to 0 and 100 to 5 or 6% in total. So that's a great start. And the questions now start for the other side. Where do you go for Marist? I don't think they performed the best on payload modes. I think they performed better on those controls, those flashpoints, and those pushes. But with how they played in map number 1, maybe they want to try and change something up. So we've been going to push a very lot amount in this map number 2. We'll have to see if we go there again. I think there's only been 1 flashpoint that we go to that's not it.
Okay. We've gotten word what the map is, but before we talk about that one, I do want to chat about the fact that we have gotten our substitution. Llama, you and I discussed this before. They have subs on the roster for the side of Maris, but in previous series, they actually didn't use them as much. They didn't feel the need to. I don't have it, though. We'll be stepping away one of the utility players, and a new fresh face will be joining us. Rogue 6 will be stepping in that position. Now, whether they stay in that role or someone else floats over to, say, the healing role, that is still left up to be seen.
Yeah, obviously, I think it's tough playing against this kind of specialized Alari that can drop down the healing pylons and kind of transfer into a DPS character in that ultimate. You have to be very specialized in both of those to be able to run that. And if you're not running that, if you're not trying to mirror that, bring in something that can try and counter that and boost the damage of your own team. With all that being said, you mentioned that map. We are going over to Numbani, so a little bit of hybrid action here for this map number 2.
And I think this is once again trying to space things out. We saw Quinnipiac really look to buckle down with that Symmetra, being able, as he said, the healing pylons as well, on a movement like this kind of hybrid style. Once you get past the initial, you are able to space it out. You are able to force them into a more mobile situation and maybe get your sneak picks there. But not only that, I am looking at another spot. I'm looking on the side of Maris. That Tracer that was used to such good effect before was locked away. Do we see the shift away at the open from such a side angle flank hero?
And with the kind of heroes that are re-emerging into the pool, we also have our first ban. Sim is going to be taken off the board. I think it's a pretty obvious one. Those slowdown turrets along with the ultimate was just impossible to break through. And I get as well that Maris trying to do some mirroring action, trying to just say, okay, we're going to run the same exact composition. We'll just run it better. that didn't work out. And that philosophy, you need to start targeting that with some of the bans. That being said, though, Sim will now be available after this map for every map to follow.
Yep, very big opportunity, and I wonder if Savage Cabbage and Banana Robot will decide to pick that one up. Eyes out, though, as Wu Yang is also back in the pool. You mentioned some of the bans that we had in Map 1. Well, Wu Yang is back in, and that means both teams are able to pick it up if they so wish. Now, granted, looking on the side of Maris, we have never seen them play the Wu Yang. It's been mostly the Mizuki, I think, on the other side that they opted for when it went outside the outlier. So do they choose to bring that to the forefront, or are they sticking with their good old usuals?
I think the Wu Yang Bang was more towards that last match where they kind of struggled against it a few times, so to say. And banning that away, it'll be going on to the next one. We'll have to see where they want to go with their supportive selections. I also want to know kind of how Marist respond, because we've been saying this kind of all day long. Reverse sweeps is something nobody wants to do here in the championship weekend, especially on Sunday. If you can win this next one, the series becomes much more easier. If you lose it, it becomes much more harder.
It becomes extremely harder. I don't know any other way to put it. I don't know any team that is willing to drop 2 games just to say we got to reverse sweep. I don't think anyone likes that pressure on them. I'm very, very excited. We are looking. It sounds like Quinnipiac are banning out the Winston, which we did see GG Dax, I think, use at the tail end of a battle. They used it in conjunction with the Doomfist. It was a choice. Are we gonna go monkey mode or are we gonna go damage mode? It's a choice and option between the two. But again, we have also gotten word from our producer, ReachStat. Adam is currently piloting over on the B stream, making sure the side stage gets a lot of love with Ravishing Ravish. By the way, big shout out to those two for stepping in and putting on the glory for the League of Legends and Valorant side of things here with the MAAC. But ReachStat has had eyes throughout the previous 2 days watching this matchup just yesterday, or actually earlier today, and let us know that for the Wu Yang, someone on the side of Quinnipiac will be giving us a show.
That's the hope. I mean, with that Winston off the board, I think you talk about targeting more of those not necessarily front-to-back style hero tanks, but something that gives you something to play around. And the Winston gives you this bubble shield where you can drop it, your whole team can play around it, and especially with that sim band away, it allows you to kind of take a lot of space. So I think it's just a forward thinking from Quinnipiac to say you're not going to have any sort of comfortability. If you want to fight us, you're either going to have to mirror match us on the Junker Queen, you're going to have to find something else that can face check us, or play a full front to back, which has worked in the past with the Orisa, but may not work here today in this championship matchup against Quinnipiac.
100%. We got to see how it breaks down. Right now, though, going over to Numani, I'm curious to see. We haven't actually seen this map, I think, throughout the entirety of the pools on our end, so it will be a nice little shift and change of pace for ourselves. I want to get your thoughts. Where do we see these choke points unfold? Do we get to see anything specific, or is it the standard, round the corner, have to fight your way out, round the corner again, do the same?
It's kind of interesting. It's a very city-based map, so to say. So there's a lot of these different weird alcoves, similar to if you played the push maps that have just those little street corners. Those are nice to kind of hide into, but at the same time, it also opens up some of the longer thresholds of damage. So when you talk about something that might help them succeed, let's talk about the Emery and its long-range capabilities. If you talk about Savage Cabbage, that's something they've been very good on, and specifically this map is going to help benefit them from some of those longer angles. With all of that being said, let's hop into map number 2 and see if Maris can bring it back to a tied game.
100%. And before we even dive deeper, as we wait for some of those amazing heroes to come onto play, I do want to give a big shout out once more to those that make all this possible. Starting out with Rally Cry. The student-run gaming events are the heartbeat of college esports. That's where friendships form, rivalries spark, and future leaders take the stage. Rally Cry's college event support program is built to apply that energy, helping campus organizers transform local tournaments, watch parties, and regional events into unforgettable experiences. With the support from partners like the United States Space Force. Go ahead and check them out on their website. You can go to spaceforce.com today, and always remember, you can always go up and above. If you're ready to take your next step beyond the games, once again, go ahead and check out spaceforce.com.
You don't just have to be an astronaut. You want to bring your video game careers to that level, make sure to get the technology sector with them. Lots of amazing career opportunities. Right now, the opportunity, though, for Quinnipiac is to go up 2-0 if they can find it. Not too many changes. Suko is going to rock over on the Ana, and they'll also bring the Ash. So a little bit of long range. Savage Cabbage gets their signature soldier to try and deal some damage.
I'm excited. Opening salvo here. Maris out with the hazard. A little bit of spikes, as he said. But a little bit of awkward space. Quinnipiac deciding to set up on 2 different mobile sides and immediately wreck Dax's life. I don't think I've ever seen Dax go down that quickly. I don't know where Altitude and Rogue 6 were, but they just weren't ready for the battle. Banana Robot able to find one on the back end, but it's still not enough to offset the 3 that were lost on Maris' first attack.
It's interesting to note that obviously Maris did catch a shoot with the body here for map number 2. Quinnipiac picked defense because they were the team that won. So Maris does have to try and set the tone, and this thing could get quickly out of control if they don't have a good attacking side. This always could be a quick one. For Maris, they're going to find a good bit of damage on the Lunar, but they're totally okay. Healing pylon OP.
They are trying to also wrap around here. Maris going a little bit of an awkward route, but they're trying to take out the back line. They have found Mango Shark. Really nice identification. They say we can't go through the front door. Let's kick down the back. But home defense system of Lunar is holding strong, but only for a moment. Have they been softened up enough? Yes. They have Dax able to find another on Sugo, but Omniscient outside on this Ash saying, guys, you kind of forgot about me. Great pick number 1. Vic getting knocked around here on this Emery. Who was going to fall in their wake? No one, because Maris go ahead and push.
They've got that healing pylon back, though. I don't know if they're going to try for the contest, and it will just be payload unlocked. Maris, a really good team fight conversion, even when GG Dax got anti-nated, was able to find the forward issue. Lunar is back, but those team spawns a little bit delayed, so trying to find a full 5v5. GG Dax just 10% away from that downpour ultimate, and doesn't even matter. Spike Guard takes care of Lunar.
Scary stuff here. That'll be another pulse to go off. Banana Robot isn't really able to find anyone, but creates enough space to push at least a meter or 2. Well done, Quinnipiac. Rounding the corner, saying, okay, let's go ahead and get ourselves into control. We're getting a little bit closer, 90% on Vic, so you can make Mars sweat a little bit with 3 ult combo.
Interesting, too, for Quinnipiac when they try and push on this backside defense. Down 4 available from Dax. They're going to fight with the Spike Guard, try and deal some extra damage. Here it comes. It'll go wide, but it's going to catch just the extra edge. Sugo and Omniscient will fall on back-to-back angles, and Savage is a cabbage, and he's taking names alongside it. The healing pylon will fall. GG Dax will send him off the edge for the triple kill.
When we talked about Maris before, we mentioned how strong they are in these scrambles and how they adjust well, and I think that's one of the best. Quinnipiac were so dominant on control. Lunar, Omniscient, Sugo, and everyone was on point. However, Maris in this has swiftly dismantled them twice. It's up to Quinnipiac to try and fight back. Mango goes down again! Dax on that hazard, able to rip through that healer, which leaves everyone else a little bit worse for wear. Omniscient trying to drop in Bob to make it a pseudo 3v5, but it ain't gonna work. Banana Robot takes out Bob, and it's Maris once again to cleanly reach this checkpoint 2. Savage Cabbage with the overclock tells him it's time to hang up your defense. Lunar, though, fights right back. Banana Robot takes out Sugo, and it looks like it will be a hold for a moment. Actually, a beautiful battle back. Maybe the time is on their side. I do not know. Quinnipiac holding steady here with 1.14 in front of that checkpoint. Lunar with another Banana Robot goes down. And ain't no way that just happened. Lunar solo drops Maris.
Yeah, that incredible ultimate once again catches Maris off guard. It clicked on 3 of them, and all of that self-healing keeps Lunar alive. Ends up being a quadra kill in total. And now Marist is in actually a quite awkward scenario. They have no payload. They have no cover to rotate through these streets. They're going to try and play off the high ground. Vic and Sugo both have an ultimate to fight.
I think they're going to try it. Sugo opens up with that gate. Quinnipiac pushing them away. Maris, though, really nice fallback. And so that gate barely gets any value. Instead, it's Maris to try and regroup and ready to fight, but Vic is ready to go with the protocol of their own, and they will send it. Shot 1, streaks by, shot 2, lands on one of the DPS, but shoots himself out of the air, and that gives Savage a chance to knock them out. What a shot. Rogue goes down, though, and Mango is ready to battle. GG Dax punches Mango into the ground, and Omniscient is next to fall. Savage, Cabbage, and the squad are looking to push them on the way, but Lunar is still alive, looking at the moon and saying, give me it all. The sky is their oyster, but not before they're blown away. But Lunar with that knife is looking dang good. And again, 0.3 meters. Maris did everything right, but take out Lunar.
And it's that healing pylon. It is keeping Lunar alive long enough to resurge, to land a dagger, to land the self-healing. Everything just topples on top of each other. And Maris need to do a little bit better job to take care of everything else first, and then focus on Lunar honestly last and making sure they can 5v1 it. It's going to be, again, they will target down the pylon first. Mr. Altitude has got an ultimate of their own, but it's only 60 seconds left to go to get this, 5 meters now.
Send it a little bit further. Maris might have run into a very tough position as that's Omniscient and Lunar. Lunar at this point a DPS value of their own, challenging Dax for one of our best tanks here on the day. This will be Maris losing so much, not only that, the gate behind. And the overclock gone as Lunar drops Savage again. Quinnipiac is a one-man wrecking crew with the Junker Queen. Omniscient and Vic are just here to help out.
Saving ultimates. I mean, what do we talk about? Quinnipiac in this neutral game once again find themselves a victory. Marist is running out of time, 30 seconds to be exact, to try and find this next fight for Mango, Lunar, and Omniscient. They've all got ultimates. Dax is so close to that downpour. That could really change the fight. Area of effect. Lunar going up to the high ground tier, but their teammates are already starting to lose their lives. Omniscient has to drop the bomb as Savage Cabbage deals in headshots. They'll get refreshed. Captive Sun, good for one. Omniscient on the backside, still trying to find the damage, but Dax is already so low. Omniscient finds the snipe out, and the stick will come through. It's not enough damage. The healing pylon is good. Marist is out of frontline, and Banana Robot and Rogue can only watch on as the overtime fuse gets de-ignited. Extinguishing the offense is the Bobcats.
I mean, Quinnipiac, what more needs to be said? I mean, Maris came out with such a different style. We've never seen them really wrap around and try and solo out a single player, and that's what they tried to do. It worked. They caught Mango and they caught the rest of Quinnipiac off guard, but when it comes down to high-level play, it turns into a chess game. How well can you react to an opponent? And Quinnipiac, well, they said, hey, I see your push, and I'll go ahead and take you out. Took out a few pawns and moved up the chessboard. And it's all because of Lunar. The Queen came out to play way sooner than expected, and you can see 17 eliminations for themselves.
Not too shabby, and only 3 deaths. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Banana Robot also matching that with the 3 deaths and 14 eliminations on their side. Quinnipiac, though, now knows how far they have to push. They go back to that offensive side, as Marist will have to play a pretty solid defense, or else, again, this second map could fall to their enemy's hands, and it would need a reverse sweep for them to come back from the depths.
And in the chaos, in all of the battles, we give you a Beetle. Calm, ever so happy to just be here, going about their life. No worries about what is to come, which is the battle ahead. Morris and Quinnipiac ready to go for Quinnipiac's offensive.
4 minutes on the clock to start off this hybrid map. Quinnipiac is going to stay exactly the same. Morris Savage is going to go back over towards that Freya and dealing some good early damage. Mango Shark, the first to fall off the blood. Lunar's going to die as well. And this fight might be sealed, but for Marist, again, you're kind of focusing on keeping all of your members alive because the spawn site is so far away. If you even lose a single member, it's a far walk to get that resurgence.
Extremely far. Let's see what they can do here, though. Quinnipiac taking their time, regrouping a little bit nicely. We'll send a couple seekers out just to see if anything's around the corner. Dax first on the contact once more. Cuts off that wall, cuts off 3, barriered back to safety thanks to Wu Yang. Omniscient, though, flies through Banana Robot, and Savage Cabbage answers back in tow. Dax is time getting the better of the conversion here on Mango Shark's turret, and Mango Shark next falls down. However, the backline has been accessed by 2, but they have no healers. This means their life bars are forfeit. Quinnipiac lose their tank, lose their healer, lose their DPS. Well played by Marist.
Rogue with a nice double kill there. really focusing down ideal targets. Not only that healing pylon first, but it's that afterburner that they can turn on. Quinnipiac had an advantage there of one player to start out the fight, but they are going to be further away from these ultimates. Maris has already burned 1.5 minutes off the clock, playing a solid defense.
I do wonder, Quinnipiac tried the back end angle. This time they're going far wide though. A little more dangerous in that vein. When Lunar got the most layered assault that we've seen there, but able to weather through. They are still safe with 2 minutes left. You have quite a few different fights. They're going long ball route though, and Maris are giving it to him, saying, "Okay, we'll let you through this time because he's swung with 5 instead of 3." Will it work though? Very quiet. They're still trying to regroup, which is a little bit surprising. Where are they going here?
Maybe just trying to take the high ground and fight off. It's that thorn wall though that immediately denies them access. Banana Robot taken dangerously low. And Omniscient is the first one to fall. And GG Dax with just that spike guard putting up the blockers. Tsunami wave and into the back line they will go. Dax is just gonna fight everything. It's a triple kill for them. How many more? It's Banana Robot that'll yoink away that extra one. GG Dax on the assist. 3-1 and none. Quinnipiac just cannot find their footing.
And that was Rogue sending the tidal wave. You called it not so impactful, but we've seen it before, and I have to agree that it might not do the damage, but it pushes them all back. And Quinnipiac kind of routed themselves. They let themselves go into a chokehold, and Dax just had freedom to work. I don't know if they want to try it again, but they have. Another body block comes out, so now it's just a barrel straight through the front door. Out goes Bob, saying hello onto the point. Savage Cabbage takes out Mango Shark's turret once more. No healing pylon to work. However, with the ult expenditure, it will be Maris to give over this checkpoint.
I'm going to make sure they secure it, because this is the retake potential with 45 seconds left to go. Need some kills, and we'll get a few off the assist. Mango Shark takes down one. Cabbage gets the refresh, though, and that's the captive son from Quinnipiac. Mango Shark finds the double, and it is in the back line. They will take the payload at the last possible moment. An extra set of minutes added to their time clock as Lunar starts to aggress. They've got one checkpoint and one checkpoint only in mind.
Big part about this, Maris, they grabbed that payload and moved expeditiously, but was stopped at the end. Quinnipiac this time held off for 2 minutes, a little bit slower off the start. Will they pick things up in these initial payload battles? Let's see if it goes down. Dax holding out with the Orisa. We saw it before. The extra shield off, restorative stream helping out, but it's gonna be enough. Frontwards they go. Right, the barrier out, but Mango Shark is the one to watch. Savage Cabbage was left a little bit too far out in the open, so he will be taken out on that side. Maris might have to give way here. Another spike through, an inmate chase. Lunar sends that rampage, and it's Dax the one to lose those resistances. Down goes your tank. And Quinnipiac are just meters away. Are they going to push it to end it? It's moving, it's stopped. Omniscient, though, catches Banana Robot. And that's 3 more to go. And one fell swoop, Quinnipiac take map 2.
The Bobcats are on championship point. They earn themselves another victory after a bleak attacking start. They get it done. GG Dax, still the play of the game. Definitely earning just opportunity after opportunity. It was back on their attacking side, and it was basically the fight that pushed them all the way to that checkpoint. The double kill, the catch with the downpour, and then the follow-up afterwards. Just an absolute beauty. But Lunar, it was only one player they caught with that Rampage ultimate, but it was GG Dax, and that's the only player that mattered.
Thing is we've seen Lunar do this in multiple ways. The ultimate has really been just like the icing on the cake. The main components came from the beatdowns with those knives, with that healing pylon that you mentioned so many times, and then after a while it's all I could watch. You know, Lunar walking in last one alive. Well, it doesn't matter. I got the healing pylon, I got the damage, I got the self heal. It's an all-in-one package that so far Maris haven't really found an answer. Shout out to Rogue, which on this Wu Yang looked pretty okay, but just kind of fell to the wayside. Outside of that one ult, didn't have much else.
The tough part, too, for me is, I mean, man, they had him held. They had him right there at that initial payload hybrid starter where Quinnipiac was spending 3.5 minutes to try and get the payload actually unlocked. It's just one good fight, and I was a little bit worried because Quinnipiac over-invested ultimates to start out that fight, but it scared Marist away. They didn't get time to come back and actually get that team fight, and then as soon as they lost that, they were staggered out, and they were staggered out for the rest of that defensive side. So you talk about the know-how to execute on a good position. Quinnipiac, they now have 3 chances to try and close out the series in fashion.
And I mean, with how they're running so far, unless there's an oddball pick, I think they have every move made. They've taken out the queens, they've taken out the rooks, maybe a bishop and a knight here and there, but the king is next for the taking because they want that crown. We have a ban of Emery and a ban of Lucio, so some major healers and the DPS taken away as we head over to the fan favorite of Maris. We will be going to Atlas. Get those checkpoints ready.
I love Atlas. I think we've already talked about the beautiful nature of the map and all of the art and design that goes into it, but also I think of one map, especially considering we just had Nubani, it's kind of similar. You have a lot of these high low ground platforms, a lot of different cover that can make the team fights very active between these two teams, and obviously, you get your map pick, you get where you're going to go. At the same time, you have to realize for Marist, it's now win or go home. I mean, you've got to win 3 straight, and even if you win this one, the silver lining for Quinnipiac, you'll get to pick 2 maps in a row if you keep on losing.
Yeah, it's all about your own favor at that point, so maybe you can relax a little bit, but I think any number 1 seed wants to end it on a powerful note. Being able to drop them 3-0 would be a very nice showing and prove that you're at the top of the MAAC, and will continue to do so as long as some of these players stick around. One of the big things is we don't really have the info. Might be some of these players the last tournament here, and to be able to pull off a victory, be able to get that championship in your senior year will feel really, really good. At the same time, if you're just starting out your career, it's a huge benchmark to set for yourself. Where do you go from here once you earn that championship? I do not know.
And I think as well for all these different universities that are, tied to this athletic conference, you get the prestige of hoisting a trophy at the end of the year. You talk about for Quinnipiac, I mean, they've already got a really good athletics program on their side, lifting not only 2 trophies, but back-to-back trophies as well. That would be a heck of a thing to see, and a forever memory for upcoming recruits that visit in towards their LAN room and all of their trophy cases that they've got set up, that this is what they did in the past, and it's probably what they want to build to in the future.
Yep. Always keep an eyes out for those in the competition. And for those that wish to make a further run, we'll see if they can do so. Out goes Lucio, out goes Emery, some new DPS and some new healers to come out to the table. Before we dive on in though, I want to talk about those that actually make it possible to play at these LAN centers. Here in Mount St. Mary's, we've had Asus ROG go ahead and power our entire weekend. So big shout out to them for going ahead and allowing us to use the ROG G700s, their latest top performance desktops equipped with RTX 50 series. Asus ROG pledges to support esports and education with their next-gen technology, and we're glad that they are starting their mission through the MAAC Championship Esports event. Let's go into Atlas.
Oh, huge thank you out to them. Obviously, equipment, big barrier for entry. And for a lot of these schools, they get to play on the best and brightest here for this finals. Map 3, Atlas, Quinnipiac, they will not change much. However, they won't be rocking the healing pylon this time around. It is going to be Mango Shark pulling out the Wu Yang this time. GG Dax is going to decide to go full damage. We saw a hint of this composition earlier, but this is literally full damage output, no protection.
Mauga seeing Dax do well here. That's going to be a salvo made. Banana Robot bringing a bash into play inside the tight corridor. Pushing him against the wall. Lunar trying to bounce to stay alive, so barely shaves off that death. However, really nice opener from Marist University, trying to get that first flashpoint for themselves. Mauga still playing on the high ground. Dax trying to keep him pinched, and I wonder if Quinnipiac are going to try and go a different route. However, the point's open. Nobody's really capped just yet. They really want this battle.
This fight, I guess. Quinnipiac is going to sneak a member down there. Marist doesn't recognize that in time, and the cap will go over. So, a lot of damage coming out from this composition. But GG Dax and Banana Robot need to find similar targets so that they can isolate them, take them down, and start to take those fights. Nobody has died yet. We've still got 10 players standing.
I mean, it's what happens when you're so corridored in. Dax able to find Lunar, who was running That's a big victory for them. An immediate turnaround as it's only 30%. If you find anyone else when it comes to the tight corridors, you do not want to allow the weaker healing team to come out. I mean, a Juno plus Kiriko will out-heal, I think, Liu Yang as well as a Kiriko when it comes to Lunar. So, Quinnipiac now maybe entering from a different doorway this time.
Lunar has a chance as well to deal with some of these squishies. Banana Robot and GG and Rogue, if they can combine their damage together, they can just absolutely blast down a target. That's what they're going to do. Back into that alternate form. Think down to half. Wu Yang has to pop the ultimate for Mango Shark. And Savage Cabbage taken super low because of it. It's a turnaround fight as Omniscient has found the back line. Found the double, and Marist University only have a mouth to sit and watch as the rest of the team dies to Omniscient's triple kill.
There goes another knight in your arsenal for this chess match. Quinnipiac rightfully right their past mistakes and are able to clean out, re-aggress, recapture, and are breaking past that 50%. One last major fight for Marist. They do have some ultimates on the table. The gate plus the artillery. Will it be used?
As well for Marist, you don't want to be too reactive. Dax is just going to go straight on in, why not? Force out the Kazumi, runs in the cage, on the other side is 4 ultimates from Quinnipiac. The Deadeye finds a double kill, and Banana Robot will try and fight back, but Lunar is here to stay. Finds another triple kill, a full house from Quinnipiac, and a team kill.
Well played, well fought. Quinnipiac first to get a flashpoint, and Harris kind of sent back to the drawing board. They tried to send it all, but I mean, Quinnipiac were more than ready, really reading and understanding where the ultimates were going to come on out. Moving to the second point, no major changes outside of Omniscient. Well, actually, a major change is in DPS. Big and Omniscient moving into the Cassidy and the Symmetra. See if it brings any value here. They've done it before.
I think that Nurse has got some ultimates to work out, but especially to get Savage Cabbage in a good position, and GG take it super low. They have that orbital laser for a ton of healing here. Vic is going to die. Banana Robot, that's a great start as GG gets the drive forward. It is no real offense left to go from Quinnipiac. Even though Omniscient finds a little straggler, this should be first touch for Marist.
Chaos and Glory is what you're playing for here. Marist, really, really nice job. Omniscient, I wonder if you are going to swap off here. I mean, the Cassidy does work, and maybe you're hoping for that major Deadeye to come out to kind of bridge the gap, but so far, Marist having the right responses. Overground is going to be played. Teleport not really being utilized. Great break there by the Malga. That's the team up on the high ground here. It is going to be actually slow them down to more space being taken. Quick stun! Vic into the wall. The turrets are blasting. Tidal wave coming out as Mango Shark will keep the rest of the team alive. But Vic is annihilated. Banana Robot catches them from the backside of Quinnipiac. Have to rock without 1 DPS, without 2 DPSs. And Dax is on the hunt. Quinnipiac hauling out of that point.
And Robot barely survives as well in that late side rotation. Marist, now all of a sudden they've got a really good flashpoint to their back name. And the Bobcats have a chance with only a single ultimate to try and shut that down. This Deadeye could be huge. Omniscient is going to look for the angle on the backside swing. It's a good one. You can look over everything, even though there's those slow turrets. That is going to push everybody into it. Deadeye will find nothing, but guess who's here? It was all a distraction for Lunar to slice, dice, and eat everything nice. A double kill as Omniscient forces them off the map. It's not a team kill, but it's dang close.
I mean, it's more than enough. We see Quinnipiac once again come out with strength in their firepower. Really, really well done there. I'm wondering if they're be able to do it once more, because Marist holding at 99, they just want one good fight of their own. I'm looking at Savage with that overclock, and Mr. Altitude with that gate. These are both going to be utilized, but Sugo calls it first, and it's hauled off. So Quinnipiac just buying a little bit of time for themselves once more.
The Kitsune Rush will expire though. Marist is going to try and push off of that. They've got a Kitsune Rush of their own. Dax and Banana Robot are just going to work off the enhanced fire rate, and that'll kill anybody that walks in their line of sight. Savage Cabbage trying to play up the overclock, and we'll find the shot on Mango Shark. It is Omniscient, Zuko, everybody killing down to the firepower of Banana Robot, and that overtime soon to die. Lunar has something to say about it. No, does not pop the ultimate. Still gets 1, but will leave the ultimate to stay in the side.
I mean, that's a beauty of a run right there. 1-to-1. You wouldn't have it any other way. We talked about 4 Marist. You need to fight back. This is where that reverse sweep comes. And on the flashpoint, it is a big. Quinnipiac maybe a little bit frustrated that they weren't able to get that turn like they wish. It's all about getting to this third one, setting up with those turns once more, and then working the way out. You can hear a banana robot, though. The telltale sign that artillery is coming down. They're going to try and stay out of the harm's way.
Quick whistles don't usually get anybody, and Vic is going to pop that ultimate and try and slice this team fight in half. Watch Lunar here, still has a rampage to go through the back line. Marist holding out of their patience and will decide not to fight this one. They'll give over the cap. And they'll try and re-engage with Banana Robot. He drops super low, forces out the orbital laser. Lunar just dices through everybody, but doesn't find a single connection on the ultimate. And that means the fight is already over before it starts. Dax finds the double, and Marist is back in control.
You can feel them locked in a little bit more. I love it. They're really kind of grinding the gears to a halt on Quinnipiac's reign. And the May comes out for Vic. Okay, I love this call. You're starting to recognize that Dax is getting a little bit too much frontal assault. Banana Robot and Savage are two DPSs that maybe stay on the ground. If this May can get in the way and also body block with that wall, this could be a big turnaround.
Hinder nade connects. Savage Cabbage is dead, and Marist is almost down 2 DPSs. Banana Robot barely gets the resurgence on heals. Talk about Quinnipiac focusing down who they need to. Wu Yang from Mango Shark has that Tidal Blast available. The question is going to be for the Bobcats, do you over-rotate it here? Because, again, you're tied 1-1 in overall flashpoint score.
Well, Quinnipiac feels like they gotten a little bit of rest in. A little bit of a chance. However, there's going to be the Kiriko Gate Rush. Vic has been holding him off, but Marist ready to slam. Cage goes down. So does Gate on the other side. There's a lot of damage to follow through. Tidal Wave coming through in a little bit, but is it going to be enough though? Rogue with the Juno swings the HP around and brings it to Marist's side. Quinnipiac lose too many, and this time around, no pylons. Lunar falls, and it's only Mango Shark dancing around this point. Marist will go ahead and turn the point to their favor, and not a moment too soon.
And one of the big things you talk about for Vic, not level 3 yet because of the swap, so does not have that major perk for that Ice Cube. So Marist doesn't care about standing around and letting Vic reset because they're not taking any damage from it. And that means Marist wins the team fight. They just stumble over everything. And Quinnipiac will have one more chance to fight it out here. A Deadeye and a Blizzard. That's what they've got to fight.
More artillery. Called in here, Omniscient though, great shots in back end. Deadeye coming out, but you can only look at one. Banana Robot catches Mango Shark, Omniscient falls as well. And it looks like the bully moment is coming out, but the Rampage and Lunar hold off. Lunar, do you have that ability to do so? You are chasing the DPS around. The poor robot goes down as well. But Savage Cabbage says that is the end of your reign of terror, and that is the end of your life for the moment. Can Quinnipiac hold out instead? The ice to block them off, but Rogue catches one more. Dice does the same. OT is running down, and that is Marist to grab the second for themselves, one step away from taking this map.
They've played very good. Clean, no, but good, yes. Marist has been able to recalculate the lead here and bring themselves 2 straight flashpoints to take the advantage to their side. Now the question becomes, can they close out this map? Quinnipiac still searching for that championship closer, and Lunar has been playing out of their mind. But Savage Cabbage has an ultimate to maybe start out this next fight, and Dax is going to lead the charge.
Dax has done it before, chasing straight on in. Omniscient, where were you standing, my man? No heals can get to you at that point, and because of that, you lose your life. Banana Robot does the same and follows through on some more damage back. Quinnipiac quickly regrouping. That was a very tough moment there. Omniscient not in the right spot, and that's going to be rough.
That position there alongside that rest of that Quinnipiac DPS duo. Marist has done a really good job of forcing the issue and knowing when they're in a positive scenario. Dax got the ultimates available. Dax is ready for the
no!
Cage. Drives straight on through, denied from the ice block. There's the Cage kill, and Hinder nade will connect on Savage Cabbage. Kitsune rush to the backside of this round dude. Finds the headshot. Mango Shark is dead. And without that front line of offense, it is GG Dex surviving on a sliver, avoiding the offense and winning the team fight again.
I mean, it was a short range. You're really hoping for a wipe, so really nice wall by Vic, but not much more to play for. The time was bought, though. You're sitting at 70%. Marist just need one more good fight. However, Snowstorm is coming up. Vic is ready to go. In comes the gates to get everyone there a little bit faster. Quinnipiac see their last chance opportunity. Omniscient ready to fire. Gets a couple tags on the back end. No major kills just yet. It is a quiet turn. Maris willing to give over and instead looking for that one DPS. Can they get the lurk? No, they do not. Banana Robot once again, artillery out. They will flush out the opponent. They will force him into a room. And a Deadeye, you tried, but it ain't gonna work. GG Dax says no, thank you. Out comes the Rampage, but you're shut down in more ways than one. 3 are gone from Quinnipiac. Point the way of Maris, and Lunar and Sugo fall as well. Team kill as Maris fight back.
Lunar's ultimate once again was trying to be the difference maker. Found 3 on that backside, but just could not find the angle. Lunar will still earn the play of the game, even on a loss. And we'll get to check it out. I mean, incredible stuff all throughout this one, but it was early on, the sim combination, the setup up top, and Lunar ends up finding a triple kill here with all of the bodies that they took running down that bastion. Maris have give themselves a chance. The start of the reverse sweep, maybe. They've got to keep winning if they want to do it.
I mean, that last game was a really good indication, and I want to say they stepped up in a big way. I want to say that it was GG Dax again, but I think Banana Robot, if that was Banana Robot again on that Bastion, I've never seen a Bastion be that mobile, that frustrating, and have that many ultimates ready to go. I mentioned the fact that with Atlas is a little bit more open in some of those territories, you know, the inside fighting on the flashpoints, but that open space forcing the entirety of Quinnipiac to kind of scatter after the artillery, it just allowed the pickoffs to come out so much cleaner.
The other thing, too, I mean, you talk about now the side selection gets to swap back over here to Quinnipiac and where they want to go for their next map. Ideally, I think they'd like to go to an escort. I think push historically has been pretty good overall for Maris. They were very good on that overall hybrid side from Quinnipiac. So if I was them, at least I think that's where I'm going. And obviously, as those bands kind of rotate in and out, we'll get to see some of the stronger stuff, I think, for Quinnipiac come back into that map pool and set themselves up for success. As the map pool wanes down, there's got to be more heroes that are ultimately available for the rest of it.
100% more time for them to play and to get a little bit excited about, you know, how far they have come. Please give a big round of applause if you're in the venue at Mount St. Mary's. These players have fought through 3 days of a bracket. They have continued to battle it out, and they deserve all the respect here in the grand finals. No matter who comes out on top, everyone is a competitor, and everyone should be proud of how far they have come. We have gotten word on the next map. It is going to be Havana into the mix with a ban on Sig. Okay, little bit of adjustment coming out here.
Yeah, frontline takedown there, so no barrier hero, and definitely no rocks going to be flying through this next map. I do think the Havana is a pretty stellar pick. You go back to this escort, you go back to the full mode, you're probably going to be able to start on attack, I think is where you're going to start, because if I had to guess, Maris probably doesn't want to start on attack again after what happened last time, but maybe they're feeling the momentum. Who knows? Maybe they want to set the tone. So for both these two teams, very, very slim margins going into this next map. We often say, Orbital, that this map number 4 is usually what decides a series in a full best of 5. Either it's that momentum shift back to really start that reverse sweep, or else it's just over right here.
This feels a bad moment if you do lose out, but let's go ahead and take a look on the bright side, such as Havana having a lot of light in there. We are looking at the fact that I think Quinnipiac may have been surprised a little bit, but they are not going to give anything over. They are more than willing to battle it out throughout, and I am still looking at Lunar. I am really, really excited. Flip side on that band, the Ana as well. So if we're taking out a tank, we're taking out a healer, so no nano boost in time for the teams to kind of explode out with the DPS run. On to, okay, no sun. Really? You picked the night on me. I bumped it up. I was so excited. You give me nighttime? Come on.
Oh, still a beautiful one as dusk sets over the hills here. It is time for map number 4. Maris need to win if they want to continue on the series, and Lunar, you know what they said? They said it wasn't depreciating enough to play the Junker Queen, so the Domina will come out with all of the barricades, the fun angles, and of course that Magnum, the primary rate of fire, is very, very good to deal close or long-range damage. And Savage Cabbage maybe laying down the gauntlet here with the Widow.
That one's always a little surprising. I feel like the Widow is usually used to kind of spot out what the opponents are running. So that would make the most sense to me, at least. Yeah, swapping, maybe? What do we... I love Mr. Altitude, and Seagull's like, nah, man, we ain't doing this today. We ain't running this way. We are fighting it out. It is going to be a swap back as Banana Robot brings out the Sim. Savage brings out those guns with the Sojourn. It is time to battle it out in map 4.
One of the single hardest checkpoints to get is this first one in Havana. You've got to walk straight up with really no protection other than the payload, and Lunar already putting in some extra pressure with these barricades. You talk about the matrices and putting out that prism as well. It's going to be GG Dax that does find a way to survive. Mango and Suku, they've got a lot of healing from that backside, but also this is a damage composition from the support side. So if you can really turn your tides and turn your eyes on one member at a time, that's how you've got to do it.
Oof. And Omniscient saying, if we got to do it one by one, I will. Snipes 1, snipes 2. Doesn't get the finish, but it's enough to force them back. But the payload is still moving in a pretty rapid pace. Maris have always had this momentum shift for them, and it's always quite interesting. There's a snipe that you wanted. Rogue 6 stepping out a little bit too far. A little bit of a bomb going out to allow Vic to pick a Banana Robot. And that will be the stall out right before checkpoint 1. Malga in a corner. I don't think you like this. Omniscient finds Savage once more, and that will leave the poor tank alone. Great catch and release. Quinnipiac, stop that payload.
Really nice look, and this is where this point becomes tough, where you don't have that payload, where you've got to walk up just these open category streets. Quinnipiac, although Lunar has definitely been the standout star, Omniscient is making their MVP debut and trying to make a ballot performance happen here in map number 4. With so many kills and multi-kills, it's actually a teleport up to the high ground for Maris to try and take some space, while GG Tax tries to take care of the tank v tank battle.
Yep. Looking for a little bit of an extra here as we fight next to that point. Payload pushed back a little bit further, but Dax is unperturbed, ready to fight forward and into the way, but you went too far. The tank's going to help out. The gate came out too late. However, Savage said, it ain't about the tank, it's all about me. Mango Shark says it's about me too. Coming out with an old school healer of their own. No ult to play with just yet, but no need. Vic rips through Savage Cabbage, and it is Quinnipiac to win their second fight.
And we go back to the success points of map number 1 and map number 2. The neutral game for the Bobcats is once again finding so much issue on the other side. They have saved away 4 ultimates for this next team fight, with only 90 seconds left to go. Maristar running out of time for sure. Omniscient, oh, that Bob can be big, is going to use the dynamite and the delay of the shotgun to send away their opponents. It's Maris feeling so close, but yet so far, and they don't have the ultimates other than the cage.
Well, the Cajun's broken very, very quickly as well. Poor Dax. Normally the cage keeps everyone else in, but this time they break out. In goes the protocol and the Bob 3 sent to the heavens to ensure this battle went their way. It's a wipe of 4, not a team kill, but it is Maris to walk back.
Omniscient finding headshot after headshot, and Quinnipiac did burn literally everything, so no more ultimates here after they had all of their ultimates, but it's a good one to delay. Marist, even if they get their way through this checkpoint, they will not have a ton of time. Savage Cabbage needs to be the hero. An S on their chest, it might stand for Superman, or it might stand for Savage Cabbage.
Good stuff about. As you can hear the sounds of the players ready to roll for the last 30 seconds here. Out goes the barrier once more. What a hook, though, and they grab Lunar out. Can they follow up any further? Large beams coming out. Damage is done, but not the finish. Looks like they might be getting the opportunity, but Omniscient from behind says, please give me that chance. Banana Robot picks off that kill, but Sugo says, watch your front as well. Quinnipiac on all fronts are trying to yield results. What a hook from the Roadhog as well. This Emery has to dance, and they're dancing quite well. Vic, what an outplay to shut down the bodies of Marist. No checkpoint for you as Quinnipiac hold this payload.
They'll barely get back with the venture, but it's not enough. The overtime is already done. Vic finds a quadra kill across those 2 team fights, and the attack is unsuccessful. We know that first checkpoint is hard to get to in Havana, but that is just another day in the office for Quinnipiac. They are on the road to try and crown themselves champions with a successful attacking side as we swap.
85 meters. That is it in the push game. And the fact that Maris were able to push that far with under 10 kills, that is impressive in a way. It's a harsh road to look at and a harsh stat line as well. But for Quinnipiac, you are proud right now. 11, multiple members, double digits. Vic at 13, a stable, foundational DPS. And Quinnipiac do it here.
2 single
Watch
deaths.
your flanks.
That's it.
They might try something.
1 from Lunar, 1 from Omniscient. That's how Ivana usually goes. But Marista's got a really tough position in front of them. If they want to bring upon the reverse sweep, they have to hold for 4 straight minutes and better, hold better than Quinnipiac did. 1 or 2 successful fights is all it takes, and Mango Shark is going to bring back out the Alari.
That Alari is terrifying, I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually really scared of this one. Last time it happened, it was destructive to say the least, and Quinnipiac are looking to be the bullies. Nice little shot though, quick tap on the HP on the outside of the door. But for Omniscient, all about that extra snipe. You are recognizing that Savage and Banana Robot are playing that ridiculous low range comp, or not low range, but ground level. No shots to work though, as Omniscient is gonna swap out, say okay, let's round it right back and around. Back to the Ash, a little bit more stable. Free fire, but Maris now in that same composition, ready to hold as best they can.
Lunar has gone, ready to contest with this Junker Queen, trying to put their name on the ballot for the best player in this lobby. They'll lose about half their HP on the initial, but it's already halfway to victory for Quinnipiac. 1 more turn of the corner. 1 more team fight is all it takes, and that healing pylon is well back up. GG Dax and Savage Cabbage taking a lot of damage, but Omniscient is taken down by the support. Rogue is taking care of the backline, and Lunar, although they'll have that healing, they need to find a forward fight.
I really don't know if Quinnipiac wants to stay up here. I mean, yeah, Vic is back, but I mean, how much space did you lose so far? Maris really holding steady with this compositional output. Feels like they're gonna do it again. There's a jump by Luna, regrouping with the team. 2.5 minutes, plenty of time to work with.
Pylon goes down. Omniscient fights the headshot here, and without Banana Robot, is that enough damage to try and turn the fight? 5v4, possibly for the series if Quinnipiac can own their issue in. GG Dax is going to try and earn the ultimate. It's a nice headshot from Omniscient again. It's a delivery on a double kill, and the damage continues. Once again, GG Dax falls down too low. The prism is not enough to keep them alive. Vic fights the double kill. Quinnipiac, they have done it!
In one fell swoop, Quinnipiac are your Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference Overwatch champions. 3-1. Destructive work, and Vic, all game long, we've seen them be a strong player. But this time, burning play of the game at this moment right here was my bread and butter. I mean, it was just a single moment, but it is what decided that early defense. And it just goes to show the fancy footwork. A double-heeled hog, by the way. A double-heeled hog.
I mean, an incredible back and forth. I think for Maris to take that third map, you give him some credit. Their fight towards this point was definitely not easy. I mean, you talk about being a 3 seed and facing some really good competition. They took a 3-1 earlier today in semifinals. They had to play that extra game and wake up just a little bit extra earlier. They brought their A game for sure to this grand finals, but boy, oh boy, Omniscient in that last map definitely, I think, earned the MVP for that game alone, just from the solo headshots, the fights, and everything that they turned on their head.
Oh, you know, I want to say so as well, but like, I mean, if we're talking about steady though, I'm looking at Lunar again. Listen, I've been a tank fan the entire tourney long. I mean, what about Lunar in there? Does Lunar gain any accolades as well?
Let me correct myself. Omniscient for the game MVP, Lunar for the series MVP.
Hey!
Lunar definitely deserves the series MVP. I mean, are we kidding? Those first 3 games was all Lunar.
All right, you know what? I'll let you have that one, and I wholeheartedly agree. The entirety of Quinnipiac are MVPs in our hearts, but one stands above the rest. Lunar, beautiful job on earning the MVP here on the day. Omniscient, a very close second, and the rest all as well. With that being said, though, we are closing out our day, at least on the main stage here. Our 3 champions have been crowned, and I mean, Llama, I wouldn't have it any other way. I gotta agree with you. I really wish we had some more games.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible, obviously, weekend for all these teams. And, it's good to end at least a little bit earlier in the afternoon. I know some of them have some longer drives to get back safe,
Yeah.
and that's what we wish. Everybody coming here for some good, friendly competition, get home safe. I know at least in the Midwest, there's some storms rolling on through, especially some thunderstorms outside. So be safe on your way on home, and everybody out there from the venue side. I know that this is not just a one-day project, a pop-up idea. This is things that took years in the making to plan and separate, from all the teams that played all their regular season action to all of their supporters through not only our live chat but our live venue as well.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an amazing event, and I'm so glad I got to be a part of it. Watching the SSBU, watching the side of the Valorant, watching Rocket League, watching Overwatch, watching everything. Quite honestly, outside of League, my home turf unfortunately was on side stage for too long, but I did hear we crowned a champion over there as well. If I can go ahead and double check who came out on top. I think over on the B stream right now, it was a pretty close match. I believe it was a 2-1 takedown with I want to say Sienna taking it away. I want to go back before I say that one more time and I start getting yelled at on the back end. I've done that one too many times. It was Sienna. Sienna took it home 2-1, so congratulations to Sienna's side as well. Now, before we close it out and before I talk myself to death and Llama decides to throw something at my head, I want to say a big shout out again to all of our amazing sponsors, Rally Cry, as well as Asus ROG and Space Force, going ahead and coming in here and making it all possible. Go ahead and check them out at spaceforce.com once more, and we'll also go ahead and let everyone know, please go ahead and check out this secondary stream over on MAAC Esports 2. The Valorant Grand Finals are currently underway. I believe they're still in game number 1. With that being said, thanks so much to everyone who tuned in. My name is Orbital. With me has been Llama. We appreciate everyone tuning in, and hopefully a very fun rest of the weekend. Thank you again.